Ahoy, landlubbers. It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Do not adjust your speakers if that's coming through. It's thundering up a storm here. Not a figure of speech. It hasn't been raining like at all that I can tell. Like it kind of started thundering when it got dark. So like I haven't been like watching outside super carefully. But it's supposed to rain like some amount tonight. But like it hasn't rained so far, but it's been thundering for like 3 hours or something. So that's interesting. Hi, hello, and welcome. It is Saturday, May 23rd, 2026. We're back for some more Case of the Golden Idol tonight. We had a shorter stream last night, close to the short end of what I'd normally do, a 3 hour one. That was so I could get up early to see The Mandalorian and Grogu with my mom. Sort of a belated birthday weekend thing since the movie didn't come out in time for her birthday, which seems like a dramatic oversight on the part of Lucasfilm or whatever parent organization we're attributing those discussions to. Disney proper? Sure, why not? Hi, Neko. Hi, Mom. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Heat wave over there. I mean, it was super humid today in preparation for the rain that will probably happen tonight. Again, so far it seems dry but very thundery. Deal with it by eating my weight in Pringles. I mean, that's a pretty good solution to like most things. Thank you for the ongoing gift sub, Demolition, to Neko. Neko, I hope you're doing well despite the heat. Haven't seen you around as much lately. Hopefully that means that you're day walking like some fancy newfangled vampire and having a good time. But yeah, so my mom and I saw Mandalorian and Grogu today. We worn on one of my Mandalorian themed shirts. I have many. So after seeing the movie, I was like, I wonder if Tea Turtle, source of like the vast majority of shirts that I own, has like a new fun line of like Mandalorian shirts because they've done like a ton of them in the past. And then I went to teaturtle.com and I have terrible news, which is that Tea Turtle has like stopped doing like almost all of the licensed like designs that they were doing. They have like some like Ninja Turtles and like a couple of like individual designs for like smaller intellectual properties, but like now they almost exclusively just like have their own like designs that are kind of like generic gaming or fantasy creature themed. They're still cute, they still have kind of the same sentiment to them, but like there's no like Groot or Guardian of the Galaxies or ones I've gotten in the past. There's no Star Wars of any kind. There's no like Disney princesses they did a bunch of. I feel that there's like a bunch of other ones I think too, like the Winnie the Pooh ones. I mean, also kind of Disney related, but like I have a few good Winnie the Pooh ones. Like none of that stuff exists anymore. It's actually really distressing to me. What happens when I wear out these shirts, or if I achieve like a weight that I'm happy with? What am I gonna do then? Congrats to Jacob Platts on the 50 stream streak. That's a big number. Likes these. So that was really distressing, I have to say. I have to admit. Gain the weight back. That only solves one of those two problems, though. What if I just wear the shirts out? Favorite Tea Turtle shirt is of a little cat chef that says, "All you need is love." Need spelled like making bread. That's good. And there's still a bunch like that are just sort of, there's like a bunch of like good dinosaur ones and stuff, because I like looked at like every shirt that was available and I was like, oh my god, they're gone. I can't, they don't exist. So like that was very distressing, but other than that, was having like a really good day. So we saw the movie. I liked it. I'm pretty sure my mom liked it to the same degree that I did. um I don't know. We discussed a little bit some of the new Star Wars stuff on stream last night, and I don't know. I feel like like a lot of the Star Wars fan base wants everything to be at like peak, like stream era quality TV level. Like they want everything to be like the best parts of Andor all the time. But like Honestly, I think one of the things that's like cool about the Star Wars universe in the abstract is that like, and I think this is one of the things that made the first season of Mandalorian like really popular and successful, is that like the scope of those stories is just a lot smaller. They're like character driven, and like they have some of the sort of like pulp like adventure qualities that I feel like, you know, the original Star Wars, now known as A New Hope, sort of embodied. So like, I don't know, to me it's just like a specific kind of outlet for like fun sci-fi story. And like I thought they had like a lot of good character moments in it, and I really I liked a good amount. I don't think I'd recommend it to Demolition because I get the impression that Demolition doesn't like what Mandalorian has become, and like it's, you know, it's not wildly different from that or whatever, but like I think it's a good time. But just because we live in a society, I was like, you know what we should do after seeing the movie is that we should go to Burger King and have a full Mandalorian and Grogu themed day. And I tried like almost everything on the like Mandalorian themed Burger King menu. I did not try the Whopper because I just they put too much stuff on it. I don't like food. I like junk, which is why, you know, I was really excited for the cookie milkshake. So the items, the unique items I tried were uh they had like garlic flavored chicken fries. Those are kind of like their modern take on chicken tenders. Uh they had a new type of cheesy tot, the Imperial Cheddar Ranch cheesy tots. If you're a longtime viewer of the stream, you may know that cheesy tots are like my favorite thing. And the blue cookie milkshake that Zacula was talking about on stream last night briefly. He was saying like he it was distressing to him that it was blue and he couldn't imagine eating it. So my take on those are, in the order that I listed them. I would say that the garlic chicken fries, solid A. My initial impression of them was sort of like B plus, but like the more I sat with it, the more I was like, I feel like, so that they, you know, like a lot of the garlic flavor comes from like a dipping sauce that they give you for it. I think that there's like a light, like a little bit like baked into the chicken, but I think it's mostly meant to be from the dipping sauce. That might be like my undeveloped palate, like attributing some unusual flavor to it or something. But like the sauce gave like a really nice amount of garlic flavor without being super strong or having like any aftertaste like whatsoever. Like it's really hard to find that balance. I was very pleased with that. The Imperial Cheddar Cheesy Tots, not great, not very good. Um, I was describing it to my mom, and then her interpretation, sort of the details I gave her, is like, so basically, you've described that they like breaded some ranch dressing, and I was like, yes, but also the ranch dressing is like really dry somehow, despite the fact that it is ranch dressing. Like imagine if ranch flavor was made into like a solid dry paste and then breaded. That's kind of what the cheesy tots are like. There's like no cheese flavor at all. It's very dry. It's weird. It's not great. I don't think I would get those again. Probably. I think they're probably the worst cheesy tot variant I've ever seen them make. I don't know that there's one I haven't tried. It sounds like the taste of said. I mean, particularly Neko, since you're from the UK, and I think like ranch flavoring is like less widely accepted. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but like it's less common there. Like I can't imagine you having a good time with this weird dried cheesy tot variant. The cookie milkshake, A plus, extremely good, unbelievably good. It's just it's cookie in drink form with like aesthetic flourish. No notes, it's perfect. I love it. It's very good. I will get more of them. It will be a problem. I will be the problem. The problem is the blue cookie milkshake, and I will have more of it. I hate mayonnaise. It would very much be a bad time for me. I mean, I don't know. This might be like my food ignorance showing. I don't think that like does ranch normally have straight mayonnaise in it? It has properties that are like similar to mayonnaise, but like I don't think it's like in the aioli family. I think it's like is most ranch like buttermilk based, which I think makes it different. I'm too stupid for food. That's why I eat fast food and let them fry it and then tell me that I should eat it because I wanted to see the movie that has the Baby Yoda in it. That's how I operate. That's how I do. But I don't know. As silly, perhaps, and as undeniably capitalistic as those day plans were, there was something really nice about like just having like a whole sci-fi themed day with my mom. That was a good time. I'm glad that we were able to do that. My mom will probably not stay the whole stream tonight. She has some like other belated birthday weekend plans. Things are timed out like relatively nicely. It's just I don't know. It I feel like normally it would be more difficult to like do all of these nice things for my mom, and I that's making it sound like I take credit for all of them. But like my sister happened to have plans that would take her into town again for like a second time in this month, and it just means that my mom gets to see my sister again, which like wouldn't necessarily happen like twice in the same month as like Mother's Day and stuff. So it's cool. Uh, it's true. They did a lot of reorchestrations of the signature Mandalorian theme song, which slaps, and the new ones I all thought like fit really well, and like and gave like kind of like a unique identity to the settings that they visited, like the various like planets where like stuff happened. Kind of interesting. Has a lot of ingredients that aren't mayonnaise, but the base is mayonnaise or mayonnaise like oil emulsion. Something about oil-based emulsion. Okay, no, that seems fair. That seems fair. I could definitely understand that common property being off-putting to you. Um, to me, it's I don't know. I don't like mayonnaise very much, but I think it has like more to do with the distinct flavor of mayonnaise than its properties for the most part. Because there are like aiolis that I can like tolerate if like the balance of flavor is correct, and you can't really like taste the mayonnaise base to that. But like yeah, generally I don't like mayonnaise. I feel like a moderate amount of mayonnaise like ruins most things that you would want to eat. That's my hot take. But yeah, so to summarize, day was really great. Did have a distressing existential crisis. Not sure where I will buy shirts. Like maybe I'll have to start buying adult shirts or something. God, that sounds miserable. Um, but yeah, it's been a good memorable day, and now we got the thunder. I can't tell if you can hear the thunder, and it would be really difficult for me to like try and gauge that to just constantly point out when the thunder's happening or whatever. Um, but yeah, so last night we uh had to well we didn't have to but we cut things a little short for logistical reasons, but we had a good stopping point. We like finished one of our mysteries, and it was a particularly interesting one. I really liked that last one, but I think that is a good excuse. Let's hop into the game a little bit earlier rather than dwelling consistent. Hello. Oh, that's right, I turned it off. I'm like, why is the music on? Well, Vasco, it's because you literally turned it off. That will do it. Hi, for Twitch, you're just in time. You missed my review of the Burger King Mandalorian menu items. If you have a strong interest in that, I can re-summarize that. But really, I think what we're all here to do is to recap what's been going on in the case of the Golden Idol. So, my mom says, I can hear the thunder, but I am in the same state as you. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna do like a real quick recap of stuff from before last night, and then we'll cover some of last night in more detail, and then we'll start playing the game. How's that sound? So the case of the Golden Idol is a logic puzzle game where you're presented with like a moment in time. What's that like meme template of like moments before disaster or whatever? That's like kind of the whole deal that we're looking at. Typically each scene is like around the time that like someone dies. I think that's consistent throughout them. It may not be like the exact moment they died, but like it seems like it's at least like right before or right after, depending on some of the circumstances. So like basically like two explorers found the golden idol and like one betrayed the other and killed them to get possession of it. And then eventually the idol's curse sort of took him out, and he left the idol to one of his inheritors, and that caused a fight. One of like his nephew was not happy with what he received in the inheritance and like staged an attack to try and like take the idol by force because of its value being gold. But as demonstrated by this dude on fire here, it didn't go well for this man. His guy got lit on fire, and everyone's like, "All right, my bad." And so the guy who had the idol fell victim to an orchestrated robbery. Like one of the other inheritors from that dude's will like sent an operative to like get the idol by all means, and that ended up leading to a fight that led to that guy dying. And so he passed that idol back along to that guy, and then someone attempted to poison him at his own dinner party, and his sister, I think, is the one who was accidentally killed in his place. And then last night, we learned what happened ultimately to that guy who possessed the idol for a little while. And that is that some thugs, like one of which had ties to this occult like brotherhood that had been mentioned in passing a few times in some notes, they like hatched a secret plan to like steal the idol at this like shady base of operations that guy had, and it ended up killing like a bunch of folks including himself. And so one of his assaulters gained possession of the idol and took it back to the Brotherhood. And then we saw a scene where that guy, he's important. So that guy is Walter Keene. And Walter Keene returned to the Brotherhood after like nursing some wounds that he alleged were really severe. And he claimed that he had failed to obtain the golden idol, and like one of his contemporaries sort of called him out and said like he's probably lying about all of that, but like I know for sure he has the idol and we should like punish him and kick him out of the order. And so like the only way to resolve that by the rules of the Brotherhood is like a poison drinking contest. But Walter Keene had someone like infiltrate the ritual wearing like the mask of like an initiate and indicate to him which of the two drinks had been poisoned so that he could safely survive the trial, and his detractor instead paid the price. And so then finally the last one we did is that like here's Walter Keene. He during this same incident where he was like dispatching the guy who disliked him, he vouched for this guy who had a ridiculous name. Who remembers this guy's ridiculous name? It was like, I don't know, it was like some like fantasy sounding nonsense. But so like he, like Walter Keene, the guy who like stole the idol, was like working with this dude once he got in.
That's Servine! It's gotta be!
That's right, I think it was Servine. I think so. I don't know, why did that not fire a second time?
Number 89,
from
the original
Etheria
Cyclops
Academy.
killer.
Yes, yes, that's right. Number 89. Yeah, number 89. Here, this is I set up this whole function for this. Let's have a few more.
Shavul, who was a mole man.
It could be a mole man. The orders are sort of fantasy creature based. That guy could be a mole man.
The origami killer.
No, it wasn't the origami killer. I remember that. That guy I know pretty well at this point.
The second runner-up in the Miss Teen Oklahoma pageant. Who was a mole man.
I do think that this guy won the Miss Teen Oklahoma
A saucy
pageant.
maritime wench looking for adventure.
That sounds correct. There is a lot of water in this image. Okay, so anyway, this guy, we'll learn his name like he's probably, well, it looks like this man's going to be the one who's dead if we're being honest. But we'll probably see this guy in the next scene and we'll remember his name and it'll be fine. It's definitely not...
I believe the closest creature you have on your planet is called a platypus.
No, I don't... No, he's probably not a platypus. I don't think so. But so basically there was this whole conspiracy. We learned that the Brotherhood references this thing. They're like, may Griffin rise again or something like that. And through the context of this scene, we've learned that, like, Griffin is either something akin to, like, the cult's version of Jesus, where, like, he once was and will come again, or, like, maybe it's just, like, a title of, like, a sufficiently powerful wizard or something. But, like, in order to be, like, considered the risen Griffin, you have to, like, perform a miracle that no one can refute. And so, using the idol in some trickery, this guy managed to demonstrate the miracle of flight by basically, like, riding this staff like a jet-boosted pogo stick, like something out of Speed Racer or something like that. One of my favorite bits of story so far is Angus McBain. Yes, I remember this guy's name and not the main character, because Angus McBain is history's greatest hater, is what I call him. Because, like, we found this document that sort of, like, gave the history of people trying to, like, become the risen Griffin, and, like, basically every time someone tried, they either just, like, failed to accomplish the miracle, or Angus McBain, like, somehow proved that their miracle was just ordinary magic, and then, like, the rules of the order say that, like, if that happens, then the guy who tried the miracle gets murdered for some reason. So, like, Angus McBain is just, like, so mad that anyone would try to, like, become the Griffin that, like, we learned that he even, like, tried to blackmail someone to, like, ruin this scheme. Like, it seems like there was, like, no ends to which he would refuse in order to just, like, stop people from succeeding at this task. Like, he's such an unbelievable hater. It's really funny to me. However, he did die. He died super hard. He thought he knew the whole rigmarole of how to use the pogo stick, and he only knew half the trick, and he just fell off a building and died. It was a shame. It was a tragedy. That's all it was. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so Bruce Nego said, looking at T-Turtle now, they have some officially licensed stuff. They have a little bit, but, like, it's a lot fewer licensed things than it was, and even in those categories I feel like it's, like, way fewer individual designs. Hopefully I didn't oversell that. I feel like what I had said was, like, most of the licensed stuff was gone, and I listed, like, most of the ones that, like, I've bought in the past and, like, was aware of. But there's also some comments on these panels. I want to address those. I'm not sure when these popped up. All seems perfectly understandable and normal. Third panel is something. Which third panel are we talking about? Fire panel, or guy being attacked by dog panel, or the one that we'll be playing next, which is, I don't know, man. I tried to describe this one at the end of the stream yesterday, like, old-timey wailing man standing over dead Benjamin Franklin with some sort of, like, cursed, like, Dutch folklore figure or something. I don't know. Why is that old man in the silly wig twerking on a dead body? Let me figure out which one that is. That's gotta be this one. That old man, I think he's literally wearing a pile of towels on his head. I don't mean that as, like, a slur. I think he's just a guy who, instead of a powdered wig, is wearing towels. So, like, I guess what I'm saying there with that observation is like, I'm not entirely sure what's going on in that guy's head for real. Just a tragedy. Just a tragedy. All right, let's head into chapter 9. As a reminder, I bought all of the golden idol stuff that exists. So if we end up finishing the main game tonight, which I think is actually pretty likely, I don't know how much more there is, but allegedly like 8 hours is like an expected playthrough, like a high end of expected playthrough, and we'll hit that relatively soon. But you know, streaming does change the pace of these things and talking through stuff and whatever. So let's visit Benjamin Franklin, the case of the antique whaler. The interrupted weekend at the doctor's salon. Why does it feel like that's underselling whatever we're about to experience? This is a lot to take in immediately. I mean, there's just a lot of guys in this room in particular. Okay, hold on. I recognize some of these guys from the last scene. This is the doctor, whose name is like James Turner, which I remember because that's someone from Loading Ready Run has that exact name. Ha, Leopold, your plan to frame Patu is sublime, but your missing button is more than enough proof that you did it. Constable, please escort this man out. I don't know who Patu is, but just in case you're new here, or as a reminder, we will examine the scene and see like people's words like in this moment. As we go around observing things, we will be able to click on them and add them to sort of the equivalent of our court record from the Phoenix Wright games. And eventually we will solve a logic puzzle with the clues we've gathered in this fashion. This guy's just carrying an entire... That doesn't look like a small sword. He's also got a doctor's scalpel because that guy is a doctor, and he's got a ring. Because like every character in this game has a ruby ring. Isn't a Patu a bird? I mean, I know my face is covering it, but in this instance, there's no vowel before the T. So I don't know what's going on there. This dude looks kind of like Edmund's servant. This is such a mess. However, we will clean the blood out of the rug. I mean, good luck with that. Has club soda been invented yet? Oh, Lord, I did not expect something like this in our household, he says, holding slightly grassy garden shears. We've also got this eye patch gentleman. James, this is preposterous. You know darn well that he was killed by that Lemurian savage. All right, don't love that tone. Oh, the missing button. I see, I understand. As mentioned earlier. Dear friend, now that the elections are over, please join me for a leisurely weekend at my manor with good old Augustus and some other fine fellows. We will have some drinks and discuss what to do about the prime minister position. Kindly confirm your presence. XOXO, James Turner. So even though I see James, I can't name him. It's curious. I'm gonna try to do all the people before I look at any of the stuff. There's just like a lot immediately in this scene. So this guy we saw, what was his name? If I saw it, I think I'd remember. But as I was complaining at the end of the stream, everyone has really weird names, which makes it hard to track some of these things sometimes. Choose have ridiculous faces. They look like cartoon characters. Now, when you say cartoon characters, Neko, do you mean like this guy with his pleasant cartoon face that everyone has come to like? This is outrageous. I thought you were an honorable man, Leopold, not some Aquitanian agent trying to sabotage our friendly relations with Lemuria and provoke a conflict. He stole his life just like that. The doctor's a smart man since he saw through his lies. Dear friend, at one of the balls you said that you would love to meet someone actually interesting. I'm having a weekend of drinks at my manor, and a prince from the 11th clan of Lemuria will be joining us. Please do us the honor of your company too. Kindly confirm your presence. But like, if everyone has their notes, did anyone RSVP, you know? I was gonna say no, but actually kind of. Oh, that's upsetting. I hate to hear that. Okay, hold on. This guy has a Lemurian war club. Okay. He's also got a note that says, Dear Prince, I heard that you got invited to a party by the director of the Seven Seas Company himself. That's this guy. That's the doctor. I know you hate associating with these invaders and thieves, but this might just be the opportunity we seek to reclaim our honor. Another note that this same guy has, Dear Prince, as you know, I am a great aficionado of Lemurian culture. It would be my pleasure to invite a member of the Patu clan to spend a leisurely weekend at my estate with some of our own political dignitaries. Cool. A spicy-smelling ornamental box. So I think that contains the garlic chicken fries, for anyone concerned. Brown stone slate seal. What does it seal? Oh, by the way, so there's a spinning 3D render of the golden idol on the main menu for this game. After last night, I'm pretty sure that the spell that is encoded into the menu is raise dead, basically. So that's interesting. Ota's dad forever. Oh, did you dig up the Ota's dad clip after yesterday's Acula had a really strong reaction to someone? I was like, you should show him something really terrible. Ota's dad. Yeah. Oh shoot, look, a bloody boomerang indoors. You don't see that every day. Well, I assume you don't. Well, listen, what? Okay, hold on. Arthur Faulkner, Constable number 1. Oh, I didn't read that guy's, like, actual dialogue. We saw one. Oh, this is the, like, alarm rattle. The guy had it, like, outside the Mermaid Hotel when the murder happened, right? Okay, this guy. Oh my god. Look at. Oh my god. Look at. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, let's look at Billiam, hipster trash. Claims that 1. Planted and pruned all morning by the chrysanthemum bush, saw the young gentleman and the foreigner leave the croquet and go behind the manor. 2. In the afternoon, moved to the rose bush. From there saw Lord Augustus Gloom leave the fountain at around noon. Continued his work on roses until the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. By Mr. Hank Hill? Clip is a classic masterpiece. Listen, I stand fully by that. I'm not really sure why my emotions are so intense, but they're absolutely valid in every way. You missed Fountain. I did miss Fountain, apparently. Thank you for that. Continue work on the roses until the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. Okay, that's 1 down. Podrick. Wait, isn't that the guy from Game of Thrones with the large... Okay, claims that 1 served Lord Alistair in the chess house in the morning. His master arrived and instructed him to dispose of the spoilt sherry that he and Lord Leopold had drunk, and then go to assist Mr. Spade in the garden. The conjugation of these sentences is making me have an aneurysm. On entering the library to take away the glasses, found Lord Leopold asleep. Suddenly was overcome by dizziness and fainted due to his weak heart, the vapors. Was woken by Lord Leopold and instructed to raise the alarm. Then saw the deceased lying in the salon. There's so many of these. Claims that in the morning he practiced chess at the chess house and educated the butler on his lack of military training. Educated the butler on his lack of military training? That description makes it sound like he's like, oh, you think you have military training, but you don't. Let me explain why you don't. You didn't attend the military. Okay, sometime in the afternoon, Dr. Turner arrived and sent the butler away. They played together, and he was very close to winning when the alarm was raised. Sure, buddy. Hold on. This is... James claims that he drank a glass of sour sherry with Blanchard in the library in the morning. Then he went to the chess house where he found Lord Alistair and the butler. Ordered the butler to clean up the library and get rid of the bad sherry. Spent the rest of the time playing chess with Alistair until the alarm was raised. N.B. As master of the house, he led the interrogation of the suspects. Ergen. Slightly difficult to understand what he says, potentially because he has challenges with our language. Claims that everything young Master Bell says is absolutely correct. Gideon claims that played croquet with Ergen in the morning. They got bored and went to drink tea in the tea house. Ergen drew his attention to the interesting design of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair Cook lecture the butler. Saw Master Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away, just as Ergen was remarking on the beauty of the chess house. God, for some reason my brain is really struggling to retain these like weird sentences. Okay, saw Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly afterwards. And this is Leopold claims that he had a glass of sherry with James in the library and became drowsy. As he was falling asleep, saw the Lemurian observing him through the glass door, woke up, found the butler on the floor asleep, woke up the butler, entered the salon and found the body. Upon inspecting the weapon, deduced that the Lemurian was the murderer, instructed the butler to raise the alarm. God, believe me, my lord, I do not feel comfortable arresting a prime ministerial candidate, but I must ask you to follow me. Also holding constable's pike. Is that a thing? So this guy, I missed his dialogue before. I hope the host did not notice me when he was leaning over the sleeping eye patch gentleman. Okay. Let me check the corpse guy. He's got notes. Got a head wound. Man is not breathing and has a huge vertical wound on his forehead. Dear friend, the elections are over. Let's uphold tradition, have a leisurely weekend at my place with you and Leopold to discuss the Prime Minister situation. Please join us May 12th. And listen, apologies for the shouting match yesterday. Let's continue our discussion at noon, Leo. And now, things that aren't people related. Psychoactive plants, drugged symptoms. Spotty onion, an illusion of unity with the universe. Increased appetite, hiccups. Black poppy, sleepiness. Whites of eyes get a pink tint. What'd you call me? Lemurian lichen. Hyper concentration on one thing. Loss of perception of time, rapid blinking. Redberry, surge of energy. Vocalization of all your thoughts. Twitching, aggression. Why does that just sound like me on a normal stream day? Okay, also, he is holding the button that came off of Eye Patch Guy's coat. Well, Eye Patch Guy has pink eye, which is important. Just write that down. Full glass of sherry. Almost empty glass of sherry. Sherry. Sherry baby. A fallen bottle of sherry. A diagram of the grounds, I guess. So, okay, hold on. Library, salon, flower beds, chess house, tea house, croquet field. You got a whole house for chess? I feel like I need some of that lichen in my life. Wait, which one is the lichen? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Lemurian lichen, hyperconcentration, loss of yeah, that seems good. That seems helpful. Get some tasks done. Is it Sherry or Sherry? Sherry with a S. There's a lot going on, and I'm only missing one clue word? That's nuts. What on earth? Unfinished croquet match on a grass field. Chrysanthemum bushes. Rose bushes. A cute little dolphin fountain statue. And a newspaper. I think Valentine is the last clue? That doesn't seem familiar. Okay, great. I have all the clues. I don't even think I have all the mysteries yet, but I have all the clues. Okay, hold on. The London Gazetteer. Who will be the new Prime Minister? Election results. New Order, 36. Moderates, 32. Loyalists, 29. The Loyalists riding a griffin. The Moderates riding a Pegasus, I think. In the New Order, they're riding a grocery store penguin ride. New Order party have the most MPs, but it is clear the two old parties will form a coalition. This means either loyalist leader Blanchard or moderate leader Valentine will become the prime minister, leaving Lazarus Hearst. Lazarus Hearst, everybody. That's the name I couldn't think of before. I thought it was...
Famed naturalist John Muir.
But it wasn't famed naturalist John Muir. It was Lazarus Hearst. That's the guy who got, like, vouched for and came in and did the miracle and became the new Griffin. Lazarus Hearst. Okay, the chess house is actually...
That's definitely Jin Furue.
It's not definitely Jin Furue. We found it. It's written in a newspaper. It's Lazarus Hearst. So when they said chess house, I kind of thought it was a building, but it's a gazebo. It's a gazebo with a chessboard in it. Please don't ask me to interpret the state of that chess match. Thank you for gifting 10 subs, Devilish. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have one of these. Covering my face up. What am I doing? Alright, tea house. 2 cups of spicy smelling tea. One almost empty, the other untouched.
I'm telling you, it's Kagami. Kagami!
It's not Kagami in this occasion. No, it's Lazarus Hearst. We discovered this together. So wait a minute, that just goes straight outside? There's some reason I care about the door? Did I click on the shield? I didn't click on the shield. Look at all this nonsense, too. Look at all the nonsense. Damien Hirst. Who's Damien Hirst? Nailani the 12th. Not followed to this channel. How did I get gifted a sub? Demolition gifted many subs, and everyone present is already accounted for. Welcome. We're playing Case of the Golden Idol. If that interests you, hang out. You're much welcome. Seals of the 12 Lemurian clans. Is this a number? Are we doing a Chance of Sinar number scheme? Or is it just a really confusing game of rock, paper, scissors? Do you think? Welcome. Enjoy the emotes and your new Narwhal pal. Okay, let's go to the thinking tab. Ah, cripes. Ah, just look at it. The location of each suspect where the body was found. I mean, on the one hand, this rules. On the other hand, I feel like I'm going to be here for a long time. Okay. So I need James Turner, and this guy is Alistair Cook, I think. All right, 2 down. This guy's the constable. He has a thing with his name on it. I'm gonna say that guy's probably Arthur Faulkner if I had to take a guess. Okay, Arthur Faulkner, and then he's got like a bunch of Lord, cute emotes. Thank you. I pride myself on the emotes. I don't do them myself. I have an artist that I work with to do them. She's extremely good. But yeah, I'm very happy with them. Still weighing. I mentioned this last year. Some part of me wants to make like a Time Wizard animated emote, which I'd have to use a new artist for. But since we don't already have like Time Wizard in the rotation of like characters, I feel like it wouldn't be as jarring that one would be like a slightly different style. I don't know. But for some reason I still kind of want that. Time Wizard being the Yu-Gi-Oh monster who specializes in time and like, I don't know, like D&D style shenanigans in like the first season. Okay. Planted and pruned all morning. So Billiam is the gardener. He's the bald guy. I don't know his last name currently, but let's put that down. Podrick. Alistair in the chess house. Instruct him to dispose of this stuff. Go back. One of these last guys said, like, look up the butler. Okay, so we're calling Podrick. He blacked out. So I'm going to say Podrick is the butler. And this guy's the butler because he was going to clean up the blood from the carpet. Didn't see that go. Oh, there's the follow. Thank you so much, Nylani. Thank you. Appreciate it. Cool. Okay. So, I got a bunch more clues. What did Alistair say? Sometime in the afternoon, Dr. Turner arrived. Is at the button. Man, figuring out where people are when the body died, that's gonna suck. That's gonna be really hard. Thank you again for the hype train demolition. Apparently I have all of the currently available level 2 emotes due almost exclusively to your assistance. Okay. This guy drank a glass of sherry with Blanchard in the library. That's James? James did that? Did you all hear that? What was that noise? That weird noise. Don't think that was in the game. That was a little spooky. I drank a glass of sour sherry with Blanchard. I have no idea who Blanchard is. But wait, Blanchard is a candidate for Prime Minister, which narrows it down to, like, I think, like, Eye Patch or Dead Guy? Is that right? I have no idea who this blue-haired guy is. I don't know who this, like, anime character is. There's NB again. Did we ever figure out what that means? I mean, even if we did, which is not coming immediately to mind, I feel like the context is really different here. Because, like, the NB here is... James Turner. It feels like this is some sort of notation, like, I don't know what it would stand for, but something like, you know, procedural note. I mean, obviously that's not what it stands for, but, like, I feel like that's the context of what this is, you know? Drink a glass of sour sherry Blanchard. So wait a minute. It's James. Do I have any idea who Blanchard is? So, Podrick served the thing, yeah? To assist Mr. Spade in the garden. Okay, Billiam's last name is Spade. God, we're gonna be here a minute. Everyone relax. Everyone get a snack or something. Okay. Plugged in a lot and I've learned nothing. Just how I like it. Oh, hang on. Google to the rescue. Katrine says, NB nota bene, an abbreviation used in documents to note particularly important elements of the message. Interesting. I've not seen that in any context other than this game. I assume that has origins in another language, but I don't know. Apparently it has historical precedent at the very least. Had a glass of sherry with James. So wait a minute. That means that Leopold Blanchard. That Leopold Blanchard is a name. I don't know whose name it is. Leopold Blanchard. It's really annoying that this guy addressed these letters to his friends as dear friend instead of their name. But wait a minute. This guy is Leopold Blanchard because he's doing a j'accuse on this guy. He's like, Leopold, how dare? So, eye patch guy is Leopold Blanchard. I feel like Patu is this guy. Or that could be his last name? Oh, it's Latin, and it translates to note well. Yeah, I get that sounds right. Prince, the young man. I don't know what the blue hair guy's deal is. I mean, like, I love that somehow it looks like he had his driver's license photo taken for the clue board, because, like, his eyes are shut awkwardly. But also, like, on the, like, figure out where everyone was when the crime happened, like, page, he's just, like, some guy. Like, there's just, like, no defining characteristics to this guy at all. Okay, going back to the extremely important notes that I'm gonna have to look at, like, a lot. Master Bell. Master Bell. Any idea who Master Bell is? Ergen. Play croquet with Ergen in the morning. Sir Alistair Cook lectured the butler. So Master Turner, come to the chess house and send the butler away. Just as Ergen was remarking on the beauty of the chess house, saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly afterwards. Okay, so Ergen is having difficulty with the language. I think it is likely that this guy, I think he's like Prince Ergen Patu is my guess. That leaves us with Augustus Hill, Gideon Bell, and Valentine. One of those is like for sure a red herring. Like for sure. Where is this meant to take place in general? There are like things in it that feel like they have like direct historical analogs, but I think it's kind of just like alternate history. I think it's just kind of supposed to be like a like pre-Victorian colonial era in general, I think. They were discussing Parliament and paper. Yeah, I don't know. There's like some like British cultural properties, but I don't know that it's like really meant to be a real world analog. Like there are multiple like fictional countries like listed here, like Lemuria and whatever. Podrick. Turn arrived. Played together was very close to winning. I love the detail that he was very close to winning when the alarm was raised. Mostly because, like, I think that says something about the character and not actually about the situation. So it does seem like because we've got, like, a spicy smelling box and a spicy smelling tea, it does seem to me as though the prince did, like, dose someone. I mean, I guess he probably dosed this guy to frame him. But so the doctor says your plan to frame Patu is sublime. So I think it's actually the other way around. It seems likely, but not guaranteed based on what I've seen, that Patu actually did kill the guy. But like he dosed this guy and like maybe planted the button as like evidence to help with that. William Spade, the names can't have been made by humans. It almost like I agree with you, Neko. Like, the names are so weird that it almost feels like they're, like, procedurally generated or something. This means either the loyalist leader, Blanchard, or moderate leader, Valentine. Okay, so we know that... So, okay. Based on the constable's book, Gideon is a person that he has interviewed, which means that it is, judging by the rest of the names here, it is the first name of a person who is alive, which means that Gideon has to be this guy. I don't know his last name. But that leaves us with, like... I mean, this guy's probably named Augustus, right? Like, probably. I agree. Patu said he hoped the host didn't notice him as the host, as he leaned over the eye patch guy. He did. You're right. He did say that. That's true. So I want to say... I have an inkling that this guy is Valentine. Like, he's the other candidate. Like, it seems like a probable cause for the murder. I mean, I could try to brute force this last, because it actually looks like all the names are being used. So, like, if most or all of my deductions at this point are correct, then, like, the only question is whether it's Podrick Hill or Podrick Bell, and vice versa with Gideon. Not sure what the deal with the plate is just yet. Like an important cultural artifact. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he just straight up stole it. For some reason, at first, I thought maybe he, like, replaced one. It's not clear to me why that would happen. Okay, I think I understand this numbering scheme. So is that 9? Is that right? It's weird though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that's 11. I mean, like, it would make sense for it to be like... Because it's like one for... It's like one for each side of the square? Like, dot is 1. 2 points make a line as 2. But then we make a jump where, like, 3 sides of the triangle is 3. And then, like, 4 is just square. And then to add 1 to that, you start with dot. But then we add 2 triangles for 6. So 7 is house. Then, like, 8, 9 for, like, the triangle on the bottom. And then 10 in the middle? Or does it count the triangles as 3 each despite the shared side? Like, I guess we just don't have as good a... 7, 8... Yeah, okay, if you combine shapes, you only count the sides of the shape. So it's 3, 6, 10... Yeah, I agree. Okay, I've arrived at 11. It's also based on the pictures. 6. Yeah, that's true. sure don't know. Is there anything that would give me a clear answer between the two last names without just like guessing? Aficionado of American culture. This isn't signed by anyone. I heard that you got invited to a party by the director of the Seven Seas Company. I know you hate the opportunity to reclaim our honor. So yeah, so like his motive is to get this tile back, and so he stages the murder as a distraction. Slightly weird. Okay, I don't immediately, like, I'm not very good at chess. I don't immediately notice anything remarkable about this chess setup. I'll leave that for now and revisit if I absolutely have to, because not my strong suit. Wait, is about to win, maybe? So, I mean, this, I think, is a bishop, right? So it's, like, not threatening what I perceive to be the king? About to take queen and put... Okay, okay. My interpretation may be incorrect, but like looking at this, I think this is the white queen. I think this is white king. Similar situation over here, queen on left, king on right. The bishops are a little hard to tell, but because they kind of stand out as like the other weird outlier, I think like bishop, 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 bishop. Okay, so I do need to care about the flowers a little bit, but not a lot. Where's the... Oh, you're right. London Gazetteer. London name, yeah. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, moderate leader Valentine, and he looks like the Benjamin Franklin guy. Yeah. And then the loyalist guy, Blanchard with the eye patch. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Yeah, alright, that all checks out. Where did I encounter the names Hill and Bell? Those had to be written somewhere for there to be context for me to take the words, huh? Let's see if we can track that down. I mean, it's probably in the Constable's book if we're being honest with ourselves. It's just like a lot, you know? There's just like a lot of information, like an insane amount of information there. So specifically looking for Hill or Bell. Hill or Bell. Master, everything master, young master, okay, young Master Bell says is correct. That suggests that he would be the blue-haired guy. That Bell would be the blue-haired guy. Where's Mr. Spade? Mr. Hill, the first one. Okay. Continued his work on the roses until the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. Who raised the alarm? Instructed the butler to raise the alarm. Oh, that's great. Yeah, look at that. Toast. Get roasted. Okay. Now, well, Augustus Valentine is the victim. I think the boomerang's the murder weapon. Where was he murdered though is a great question. Very good question, video game. Wildly unclear. Haven't really parsed the timeline because the way this information is presented is deliberately a bit obtuse. Not a lot of like time really mentioned here. Okay. Let's try and look at each account for any like self-starting information about when in their own timeline murder occurred, okay? So did like morning work. So, okay, the young gentleman and the foreigner left Croquet to go behind the manor to the tea house, perhaps? Some tea happened there. The quote-unquote foreigner was involved. In the afternoon, moved to the rose bush. From there, saw Lord Augustus leave the fountain around noon. There's a lot of names. Remind me? The dead guy. Got it. Okay. So that means that he didn't die until afternoon. That's helpful. So no morning account helps us figure out. Continued work on the roses until the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. Okay, so Billiam would have been at the roses because he was at the roses from like the last time he saw the guy alive until someone reported him dead. So if he was at roses that entire time, allegedly, then he would then roses is the answer to that. Flower beds, sure. A little vaguer than I thought, but sure. Okay. Padre. This is the butler. Served Alistair in the chess house in the morning. Irrelevant. Master arrived and instructed him to dispose of the spoilt sherry that he and Lord Leopold had drunk, and then to go assist Mr. Spade in the garden. Upon entering the library to take away the glasses, found Lord Leopold asleep. Okay, remind me. Okay, Leopold is the alleged culprit. Suddenly overcome by dizziness and fainted due to his weak heart. He was woken by Lord Leopold and instructed to raise the alarm. Do I have... Stone provoked, killed, planted, club, seal, boomerang. So I don't exactly have. Well, I guess the answer is library. The place he was is library. For some reason, I'm looking for unconscious, but the thing I'm looking for is a place. So I went to the library, found a guy, and then like passed out. For now, I think I'm gonna say that Leopold also in the library. Just going to take that at face value based on my current interpretation of facts. So, the butler in the library and the loyalist in the library. Because, like, everything was fine and then they heard the alarm. So, you know, it seems correct. Oh, wait, they saw the deceased lying in the salon. Kind of implies Leopold found the body. It does. I agree, it does. Yeah. So, like... Yeah, it seems like what... I mean, there's, like, some implication somewhere in the thinking panel that, like, the body is moved, but it was, like, found in the salon. Body was found by... Yeah, I agree. It sounds like found by Leopold. Not totally sure, but that sounds right. Because... It's a little nitpicky, but, like, it says that, like, the butler was, like, Leopold and the butler were in the salon, and Leopold says to raise the alarm, and then the other guy noticed. So, like, if we're saying exactly one person found it, I'd pin that on Leopold, unless we find something that contradicts that. Okay, Alistair. In the morning, he practiced chess at the chess house and educated the butler. Sometime in the afternoon, Dr. Turner arrived and sent the butler away. They played together. He was very close to winning when the alarm was raised. So that means that both Dr. Turner and this is Alistair, right? Yeah. The two guys I know from an earlier scene were at the chess house, allegedly. So that's the doctor and the generale. Everything Master Bell says is correct. He's Gideon? Okay. Played croquet with Ergen in the morning. He got bored and went to drink tea in the tea house. That sounds correct. Ergen drew his attention to the interesting design of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair Cook lecture the butler, right? Saw Master Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away, just as Ergen was remarking on the beauty of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly afterwards. Saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly afterwards. Don't immediately know what to make of that. That could be a lie because I feel like he's in cahoots with the guy I'm most suspicious of, based on the circumstances. Not because he's the foreigner. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Glass of Sherlock James in the library became drowsy. As he was falling asleep, saw the Lemurian observing him through the glass door in the library. Inspecting the weapon, deduced the Lemurian was the murderer. Yeah, he found the body, instructed the butler to raise the alarm. That all seems consistent. It does feel like this is a frame job. Yeah, like I think they're in the tea. The thing I'm just yeah, I mean we might as well put tea house. The thing I'm struggling to figure out, and I don't think is necessarily part of this, is where he was actually murdered. I'm not sure I know yet. Is it simply that like because they were at the tea house that happened? Did they just kill him in the salon and like leave? I don't. 2 or fewer slots are incorrect. No, I think maybe this does want me to figure out like where they killed him. No, you know what? It's not like the prince has to be wherever the murder happened, right? Because if I'm correct and he did the murder, so I'm gonna say no, wait, when this is when the body was found, not when the incident occurred. I don't know why I've been assuming that. When the body was found. Come from the chess house. Send the butler away. Bergen was remarking on the beauty of the chess house. So where did Alistair go? Maybe that's relevant? Did he go to the fountain because there's a newspaper there? Is that possible, do we think? Are you winning, Mortal? Hello, Kale. We're progressing. If that helps. How are you doing? Yeah, let's try, yeah, tea house for Prince and, fountain for General. No, okay. So what am I missing? The butler and loyalist were, like, blacked out in the library until they woke up and found the body. The gardener was gardening for, like, basically the whole day. The doctor, pretty sure, is at the chess house. Is there something in his account that, like, changes that? There's gotta be a better way. This is so inconvenient. James. Spent the rest of the time playing chess until the alarm was raised. No, he corroborates that. Ordered the butler to clean up the library and get rid of the bad sherry. Found Lord Alistair and the butler and they played chess. Yeah, I mean, that seems... Is there some, like, irrelevant minutia here? Can't go back to the loyalist story. Yeah. In the morning, practice chess at the chess house. I think that's the loyalist. Loyalist is eye patches. No, this is Leopold. Sorry, Leopold. Had a glass of sherry with James in the library in the morning. Made him drowsy. He fell asleep and saw the Lemurian observing him. He woke up, found the butler on the floor asleep. Woke up the butler. Doesn't say anything about, like, changing rooms or anything. Then entered the salon and found the body. Oh. When the body was found. Okay, yeah. They're getting, like, real technical. Yeah. Because he stepped into the other room to do it. Yeah, yeah. Fair. Obnoxious, but fair. Early in the morning, blank, blanked, blank, in the blank, and blank a blank. Meanwhile, in the blank, blanked, blank, and blank a Lemurian blank from the blank. In the blank, at around noon, blank, and blank the blank on him to blank. Well, I think you all know what that means. Where is planted the button on him to frame Leopold Blanchard. Yeah. In the... I'm gonna assume the body wasn't moved because I'm not seeing evidence of that or whatever. Blank has such a busy life. I know. Blank and language really got out of hand. It's true. As a society, I feel like we've lost all sense of decorum. In the salon around noon, Ergen Petu killed Augustus Valentine and planted the button on Valentine to frame Leopold. Meanwhile, in the blanked a Lemurian blank. Seal from the... Wait, are we in the salon? Oh god, I zoomed in. Yeah, the seal would come from... These are the seals, yeah? Yeah, seals of the clans. So that would seal from the salon. Blank. I mean... Drugged and... I mean, stole is like a strong word. We drugged Leopold Blanchard in the library. In the library. I'm gonna say Ergen did that as well. He has the smelly box. Okay, early in the morning, blank blanked blank in the blank. Wow, can you even say that on Twitch? I mean, really? Blank a blank. Blank a blank. Early in the morning, blank. What part of this is relevant? So, like, I don't think there's any trick here. I think the boomerang is the murder weapon, and I think the salon is where it happened, right? Okay, great. That helps a modest amount, perhaps. So I have... Provoke? Drug, kill, planted, frame. Wow. And, stole it's early in the morning. Someone blanked someone in the... somewhere. Stole a boomerang? Maybe that's possible. Is there missing? Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't notice that. There is like a dust print or whatever. Okay, so yeah, what if someone stole boomerang from the salon again? Everything cool happens in the salon. So... it's two names. Early in the morning, blank blank. Planted, killed, stole. Do I not have a met verb? Early in the morning, blank blank. Blanked blank blank. In the salon. Meanwhile in the library. Okay, I'm missing something here. So that would mean Gideon Bell blanked somebody. I don't feel like I know this at all. I mean, obviously he wasn't forthright about it. Wait a minute. Played croquet, got bored, went and drank tea. Drew his attention to the interesting design of the chess house. Drugged the butler. Probably, right? I mean, probably. You're probably right about that. But that would be... no. Something's wrong here. If he stole the boomerang, he wouldn't have drugged anyone in the salon, right? When did the butler... he served Alistair in the chess house. Entering, found Leopold asleep. Suddenly was overcome with dizziness. It's the idea, even though the boomerang is in the salon, that he drugged him in the library, like when he wasn't looking or something. Hey, Calstar, welcome in. Welcome aboard. We're playing some Case of the Golden Idol. If you're not familiar with it, it's a game where you like puzzle out the story of what happened when someone died by looking at the weird repeating scene of people accusing each other of murder and such similar things. I'm close to wrapping this up. Early in the morning, Gideon Bell drove Patrick Hill in the salon and stole a boomerang. So more than 2 things are wrong in order for it to give a red thing. Like a red analysis. Meanwhile, in the library, Arrogant Patu drugged... I mean... I mean, if it's meanwhile, it could, like, it can't all have been done by Ergen, right? Like, it kind of feels like... It feels like Ergen had to be the one to take the seal. I guess it's possible that Gideon did the murder. Because he potentially stole the boomerang, huh? That didn't help, though. Which is weird. Stole the boomerang. Well, it's confirmed that the boomerang is the murder weapon. This is a cool setup. I like this. I mean, it's surprisingly straightforward considering how far we are in the game, but it's like really difficult. Meet in the library. Front Leopold Blanchard. I mean, is it just that... Oh, wait, maybe that's it. Hold on, maybe that's it. What if... Like, also doesn't seem to have helped. What does the last sentence say? Don't make me read. In the salon, at around noon. Around noon, Gideon Bell killed Augustus Valentine and planted the button on him to frame Leopold Blanchard. I mean, I'm not like 100% sure if Gideon or Ergen did the murder, but like conceptually that sounds correct, no? I mean, I think it's... My understanding is it's close to like shortly after noon than it is at around noon. But like one of the two of them killed Augustus and planted the button on his corpse that makes it look like he fought with Leopold. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Was it the doctor who told the butler to get rid of the spoiled wine? Because that does sound weird. So, yeah, actually, that would make some sense, huh? He invited everybody here to, like, orchestrate this thing that got rid of, like, not his, like, direct political opponent, but the political opponent of his, like, friend or whatever? Oh, wait, I guess it gets rid of both of them, which leaves... Because, like, one goes to jail, the other one's dead, which leaves us with, oh, the New Order party. Yeah, I think you're onto something. So that would be James Turner. This would make sense to me. Because, like, they... Because it just sort of, like... It makes sense narratively to me because, like, this structure sort of implicates all three of those folks and makes it clearer what's going on, which I think is the point. Wasn't someone saying you tried to frame Patu, but I know it was you? Yeah, but I think that's nonsense. I think that's... So, Leopold, the doctor, is claiming that the loyalist, the eye patch guy, tried to frame the prince of the foreign nation Patu for the crime by, like, using the boomerang and whatever. But, like, the evidence really makes it seem like, you know, he did the crime and, like, took the plate and had the drugs and, like, there's just, like, a lot of evidence that suggests that, like, the prince actually did it. The pointy guy on the left. He says, Leopold, eye patch guy, your plan to frame Patu is sublime, but your missing button is more than enough proof that you did it. So what he's saying is, like, the actual murderer planted this button that comes from eye patch guy's coat. And he's like, well, that of course means that there was an altercation between you and dead Benjamin Franklin. But even this, like, I'm pretty sure this is implanted the button on him to frame Leopold Blanchard. Like, I believe that part is correct. It's one of the parts I feel most strongly about. Some of these details might be a little off. Early in the morning, someone drugged Leopold Blanchard. In the library. Well, that wouldn't be in the library, would it? See, you know what I hate here? I feel like this should not be one continuous sentence. Unless I'm mistaken, I feel like this is misleading. Like, I feel like the drugging happened in one location and the stealing of the boomerang is like or stealing the seal is like another. I zoomed in. I had it twisted in my head that the planted button was to frame Patu. No, I believe it's the other way. But the guy who actually did it put the button there to make it look like the eye patch guy did it. So this guy's got pink eye. The other guy who's drugged is this dude. He also has pink eye. So, like... Yeah, I think all that was Black Poppy. Is that, like, super relevant, though? I don't really think so. Why does this guy have an enormous poster of psychoactive plants in his, like, salon, incidentally? What's on the floor? This guy? This is the boomerang with the dude's blood on it. The game has confirmed that this is the murder weapon and not a red herring. Oh, there's also... What is the deal with the sherry? So the sherry is in... One sherry bottle. One was... Yeah, one was drank and the other wasn't. I think that lends credence to James doing a poison. To James doing a drugging. And he drank with Leopold, right? Is that correct? With Blanchard. Yeah. So what isn't working here? It's like because because there were two glasses there and a suspicious taste and one of those people ended up drugged and the other glass was totally full. I think that does suggest that James drugged Leopold in the morning. But that wouldn't have been in the salon. That would have been in the library. So that's one thing. And stole a boomerang. It's weird for him to steal his own thing, though. Oh no, stole a button! He stole a button to be planted later. That's what he did. And I think that we're saying that But that couldn't have been... Yeah, this couldn't have been in the library. See, it's difficult to pin down Patu and Gideon's timeline because they're obviously lying. And, like, so the information that we have is, like, not accurate. But, like, what probably happened is that, like, the butler came to the tea house? So, Ergen says just, like, listen to Belle. Played croquet in the morning, got bored and went to drink tea at the tea house. Saw Alistair lecture the butler, saw Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away. There's something weird about this. I don't know what to make of this. It feels like I'm supposed to draw some sneaky conclusion from this that I'm not grasping. Ooh, your blizzard has arrived. What blizzard is it? I do believe a boomerang was stolen. And I think, so I believe what we're saying is that he didn't steal a seal. Like, before I was like, it seems like strong language for him to, like, take an artifact from his people back, calling that stealing. I think we're saying the second one is stole a boomerang. I think that is correct. None of this is helping anything. So that would, the boomerang would still be stolen from the salon, so that wouldn't change. But it is possible... So, wait a minute. On the tea house. Right, this one does have Lemurian hard-coded into it. That's a good bluff, though. M&M, ooh, M&M with chocolate ice cream. Interesting. Is that like a specific like default, or were you able to tell them like make me a blizzard but use chocolate? I wish that you had convenient access to a Dairy Queen Necco. I feel like that should be considered a basic human right. Not that I'm extremely biased or anything. James Turner drugged Leopold Blanchard in the library and stole a button. I feel good about that. The second bit's a little bit wonky. Meanwhile, in the tea house... I mean... Oh no, it is two separate locations. In the tea house, in somewhere... Stole a Murray boomerang from the salon. That seems correct, because that's the murder weapon. Like, it's possible that could be the seal, but I don't think that's what we're going for. We still have at least 3 wrong. Gideon. Okay, so wait. Because we're no longer talking about stealing the seal, which I thought made it so that Ergen had to be... I think Ergen did the murder. Doesn't seem like that helps, though. But also... I mean, maybe... Okay, maybe it's just... Maybe Gideon doesn't factor directly into this? Salon around noon, Ergen Patu killed Augustus Valentine and planted the button on him to frame Leopold Blanchard. Actually, let me see something. I don't know, he looks normal. You rapidly blinking? No, you're not blinking at all. The M&M one just comes with chocolate. I've never gotten that one, so that's interesting. I didn't know that. I don't like Patu stole the button since he's saying, I hope they didn't see me leaning over the eye patch man. The host did not notice me when I was leaning over the... Oh, the sleeping eye patch gentleman. I didn't remember the details of that. I thought this comment was hoping that people didn't see him drug the guy, but if he was already unconscious, you raise a good point. But that's weird because that suggests, like, this sentence suggests that the person, well, I don't know. The timeline, again, the timeline of the drugging and all that is kind of difficult to ascertain because, like, it doesn't feel like there are a lot of direct clues about that. It's a really, like, Virtue's Last Reward sound effect, by the way. Wait, when... Oh, you're right, when he was leaning over the eye patch. But that seems strange to me. He was... But the problem is that it's saying, like, this sentence conflates the person who did the drugging with taking the button. So even, like, that evidence of him saying that, you know, he hopes the doctor didn't notice him taking the button, like, doesn't actually internally make sense. I feel like once we get to the end of this, it's going to be, like, some mildly grating minutia. I mean, so, like, it makes sense for the doctor to take the button because, you know, this is his big Phoenix Wright moment, and he's the one pointing out the button thing. But, like, there's still, like, there's just, like, something weird about, like, I want to believe that it's, like, a conspiracy, but, like, maybe it's just that, like, both of them had, like, similar motives. But, like, at no point have we been close to solving this according to the video game. And I find that, like, dubious. But, like... why else would he be leaning over the eye patch man? True, but then, like, what is it... What's the suspicious thing Ergen was doing? Oh, he was in... Right, okay. So that's what we're talking about. So that means that Ergen is definitely the subject of the second sentence. And this isn't Tea House. We're saying that he was drugging an entirely separate guy at the same time in such a way that he would be noticed? Hold on a second. The Padre. I don't, like... I was trying to figure out if, like, he would have been, like, outside the window in the croquet field. Like, if the butler came by to, like, serve them drinks or something, and then he, like, drugged him then, and he just, like, hoped that the doctor didn't notice that while the doctor was being sketchy on the other side of the glass? No, you know what? I think I've made a false assumption here. There was a suggestion... Someone made the suggestion that, like, the butler would be a second person drugged. It made sense because he blacked out and, like, maybe he just... Well, no, he does have the... He does have pink eye, though. If we look at you... We can't really see your face. He's not breathing and has a huge vertical wound. That doesn't really help. I was wondering if the idea was that, like, he drugged him first, but that doesn't really make sense either. Because, like, there's no need to drug him if you can just, like, straight up kill him, right? The butler drank some of the sherry. That would make sense. That would explain why he would, like, lie about his, like, fake heart or whatever. But then, like, what is this sentence? Like, what is it? Like, I guess we've reached a point where, like, the first part of the sentence I've come back to, like, feeling like I basically know nothing. I'm pretty sure by the observation that he's concerned about being noticed by the doctor, that Ergen Patu is the subject of the sentence. Basically, every other word before stole a Lemurian boomerang means nothing to me. Because, like, what compounds this to make it worse is, like, and stole a Lemurian boomerang from the salon. So, like, basically it is an unrelated sentence, which means that, like, no part of what I understand of the sentence helps me here. But, like, okay, no one else was killed, so the blue word isn't killed. No one else is framed. I don't think a person was planted. I don't think a person was stolen. Provoke wouldn't be the correct tense. Like, I feel like this word has to be drugged. Could it be anything else? What was Gideon doing? Oh, Gideon was creating the alibi. He just sat at the tea house and, like, noted okay, that actually makes sense. His whole purpose was to just, like, get enough detail about what was going on so that, like, when they were questioned, the prince would be like, so sorry, no speak English. Please listen to Gideon. And then Gideon's like, ah, yes, I was there the whole time. And then, like, explain, like, exactly what's going on. The only two people that we know were in the tea house are Patu and Belle. I mean, I agree with you that that's weird in theory, but, like, I think this new consideration on my part does account for that. I know you sent that message, like, a minute ago. But, like, I think that perhaps Gideon is the only one who was at the tea house, and Ergen was doing a bunch of shady nonsense. So he would be doing, like, both of the crimes in the second half of the script. Like, he did the murder. Meanwhile, in the... So it's definitely not tea house, because tea house is a full red herring, I think. Nothing of import, I think, happened at the tea house. Meanwhile, in the fountain, I don't think we were shooting the intro to Friends. Is there something about the timeline? I mean, there might be. Supposed to assist Mr. Spade in the garden. So I'm instructing him to dispose of the sherry and then go to the garden. But he passed out first. Like, the weird thing is, like, the butler just doesn't note. Served Alistair in the chess house. Yeah, it doesn't mention anything about... The gardener mentioned... Wait, the gardener does mention seeing both of them go there, right? No, they go behind the manor. He doesn't see where they end up. That's interesting. So then, when Gideon and Patu go behind the manor, Gideon goes to the tea house to create an alibi. And Ergen, I think, takes the long way around so that he can sneak in and get the plate and the boomerang? So he could have crossed paths with the butler. This is so weird. It just doesn't seem like they actively drugged the butler. So, like, that being, like, the crux of this sentence is, like, throwing me off so bad. Do we know where the butler was when James pulled him aside? James went to the chess house where he found Alistair and the butler. So the answer to that is the chess house, but like none of the possible culprits are there? Well, no, maybe that's not true. Maybe it is Alistair Cook. No, but then someone stole the boomerang. Like, it would make sense for Alistair to be helping James because they're both part of the Brotherhood or whatever it's called, and would have interest in, like, the New Era party taking over from the others. So, like, them being involved in the conspiracy would make sense. But, like, the fact that we've... Like, I hate the way the sentence is structured. It creates, like, so many logical problems that make this, like, arbitrarily more difficult than it otherwise needs to be. I don't think Podrick Hill was drugged. I think he just drank some of the sherry. Okay, but, like... I don't dispute that possibility, but then, that being the case, can you then please explain to me what word would even, like, fit in that blue space? To, like, make a sentence that makes any sense at all? Because, like, no other person died, and I don't think anything else works. So, like, the only thing that seems to make any sense to me is drugged. I might be insane. You think someone else was drugged? Oh, crap. Gideon is blinking rapidly, which is a symptom from the... Which one is this? It's the lichen. Hyper concentration on one thing. So he's not a witting accomplice then. So then... So Patu did go to the tea house, and he drugged Gideon. This makes less sense to me, though. It's also still apparently not correct. It makes no sense to me only in the sense that, like, them working together and him creating an alibi, like, actually makes, like, a ton of sense to me. And then for it to be, like, a weird coincidence that he drugged a guy, and then... he creates, like, an alibi, like, that seems way contrived and convenient by comparison. I think Boomerang should be Seal. I mean, that wouldn't be enough to fix it. At best, that would move us to yellow. I mean, I go back to saying I feel like that's strong wording, and, like, it all... I mean, so, to be clear... That's a tricky one because someone clearly took a boomerang. So, like, arguably a boomerang was stolen. That feels like that could be an argument for, like, an interchangeable one. So then that just means that there's one name that is most likely wrong. Only the seals are called out to be Lumerian. I mean, this is a Lumerian club, which we know from this Lumerian club. So the fact that it's, like, with Lumerian artifacts, including another weapon that is called a Lumerian weapon, I mean, the developers could be insanely pedantic about it, but, like, I mean, come on. Like, you're not technically incorrect in that, like, the only, like, things we know for sure are, like, the seals and the club. But, like, just, you know, the circumstances make it seem to me like it's reasonable to assume, like, if this thing had a yellow dot on it, I would expect it to say, like, it's a Lumerian boomerang. So... the tea house, two drugged Gideon, and stole... Like, I understand how this is true. I think this is a less interesting story, and also more difficult to intuit. Which, like, the difficult to intuit, you know, matter of opinion whether that's better or worse. But, like, worst story, I don't know. In the salon around noon. Stole the seal from the salon. In the salon around noon. Put two... Well, okay. No! Okay, I get it. I understand. Patu didn't do the murder. He was only interested in the seals. So that means that the doctor is the one who killed him. He took the button in the first place. He did the framing. He did the accusation. If the game unfreezes, I would say that James Turner killed Augustus Valentine and planted the button on him to frame Leopold Blanchard. And yet somehow we're still not there? James Turner drugged Leopold Blanchard in the library. That seems correct. And stole a button. Meanwhile, in the tea house, Ergen Patu drugged Gideon Bell and stole the seal from the salon. That also seems correct. In the salon, around noon, James Turner killed Augustus Valentine and planted the button on him. Okay, what's the problem? What's the problem, do you think? I'm not immediately grasping anything that doesn't seem correct. Like, I think we're, like, really close to getting this. I do think that the doctor did the murder. It explains the button discontinuity. It's unintuitive, but it tracks. Early in the morning, James Turner drugged Leopold Blanchard. Right? In the library. Pretty sure that's correct. Because... we consider that half of the room the library. And that's where the sherry's at and all that. And he stole a button. Meanwhile, in the tea house, Patu drugged Gideon Bell and stole... I continue to hate the way this sentence is formulated. It makes this so confusing. Stole the seal from the... I mean, wait. Hold on. Hold, please. No. Okay. It does like seal. Okay. Worth a shot. What's the leftmost yellow word? Sherry. Sherry baby. All the words are visible now. There's nothing behind the camera after I moved that. Just to clarify. Tea house, he drugged Gideon and stole the seal from the salon. Did he frame the seal? Planted the button on him to frame Leopold Blanchard. I mean, he's definitely framing Leopold with the button. That's very clear. Killed Augustus Valentine. Yeah. Who had the club? Patu has the club. This guy's got a constable pike. Mostly everyone else has like short swords that seem quite long, actually. Yeah, I don't think you're anything. Clean doctor scalpel. Didn't make the wound, maybe cut the button though. I don't get it. I don't get it. James Turner drugged Leopold Blanchard. So the doctor drugged the suspect in the library, which is where the drinks were, and he stole a button, which is an important part of the plot. So I think that's all correct. Meanwhile, at the tea house, Ergen Patu drugged Gideon Bell. Gideon Bell does seem to be subject to Oh, that's why they have his eyes closed here to help draw attention to that. But boy, that's like a really minute detail. Gideon Bell and stole the seal from the salon. I mean, what other? The salon around noon. So there's no conflict of time. It's fine for the salon thing. Like the meanwhile and the concern make it seem like library and salon is the correct. The display is in the salon for sure, not the library. I mean, so if we look at our house map, it basically says like salon is foreground and library is background. So like, I mean, because this is like solid wall in the room that everyone's in, that seems like salon. Do you disagree? I mean, I guess we could. Where would I grab that from? No, apparently that's definitely the salon. Confirmed. Salon around noon. James Turner killed Augustus Valentine. Whoa, that's interesting, isn't it? That's equally wrong. Does that mean that... No. What? 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 I think I have to go back to the scene to figure out why that's... how I'm supposed to know that's true. I probably... like, I did stop paying attention to Alistair because he seemed to have no... Oh, you know what? Someone has an account where he, like, disappears and comes back. God, that's such, like, that's so annoying! Like... Ugh. Brotherhood members Alistair and James plotted to turn the ruling moderate and loyalist parties against each other. Over the course of a weekend at James's manor, Alistair murdered the moderate leader and James framed the loyalist leader. That just seems so unnecessarily complicated without, like, more evidence, though. It's outrageous. I thought you were an honorable man. Yeah, yeah, I think the only clue for that is who even said that? Was that Gideon? Saw him leave the chess house and return shortly after. Yeah, I think the only thing that would tell you that he did the murder over, but the problem with that is that, like, James would still have to be involved with the murder because, well, no, I guess the handoff of the button happened over the chess game? I don't know, man. Like, I get it, I don't love it. That's all I'll say, I guess. Let's go back to home. Okay, hang on, there's a cutscene. A painting is talking. You have proven I can't trust you. Oh, no, wait. Here's the Brotherhood's artifact I removed from Trader Keen. Let me educate you on how it works. I set it to take heat from this cup of water. Look at that animation. Then I change the symbols and use the idol to give that heat to something else. But there is much more the idol can do. Remove from the Trader Keen. Wait a minute. Wait. This feels like a huge leap to make outside of, like, a case in the game. Is the notion that... Did the audio loop? Yeah, it sure did. Okay. But, like... Oh, you've proven I can trust you. I misread that. But why is Keen considered a traitor? Didn't he help this guy? This guy with the name that I definitely remember? Shut up about it? Like, why is Keen a traitor? What happened? Oh, hang on. This looks like these cases are the last two cases. The New Order. Very concerning. Much bad. Wow. The Triumph of Order. Ominous. This man is not breathing. No apparent wounds. It looks like his moisture or life force has been removed. Prince of Dusk, like night, I am dark and full of terror. I do not fear love. Do not make that error. When you know my name, just look for my face. Hold on a second. What was the note that we, like, decoded earlier? Take the fourth each time or something? Am terror, flapping night? No, that's probably nothing. Am terror, fear that... Fear that my mind. No, don't think so. Alright, it was a fun thought experiment. Okay, looks like something happened upstairs. Probably bad. Remember the second virtue, which appears to be hog napping on one's desk. Fear that my mind. You understand how my mind works. Remember the third virtue. Gussied up donkey. Everyone make note? Everyone write that down? That seems like an important clue. Gussied up donkey. It is a thing of beauty to see the order prevail.
Oh my, yes.
Oh my, yes. If it were not against the first virtue, I would feel very happy. Boy, do I immediately hate the concept of the virtues if he's like, one is forbidden, of course, from feeling an emotion because of the virtue. Nicholas! I'll wager you feel the new... Oh, hey, wait a minute. I think I also ultimately neglected to figure out... There was a note on the murder victim's body in the last one, which maybe that was supposed to help point you to Alistair doing it, but I still kind of think, whatever. Nicholas, I'll wager you feel the new regime rewards your diligence now. So tell me why I saw you spend more than 3 shillings on new clothes after I asked you to lend me money and you said you had none to spare. Dude, the Order of the Dark Hand or whatever are such catty... such and suches. I mean, like, all these letters are so stupid. I suggest you lend me some now unless you want me to write up an official report about a 4th virtue breach. Your beloved brother, XOXO Gossip Bro. Oh god, papers please. Citizen Mr. Nicholas Maker, record keeper of the Order Party. History of infraction and obedience. What? Minus, labeled a protocol as being on a Thursday, even though it was on a Wednesday. Oof. Took a double-length lunch break in the office. Yeesh, this guy's like enemy of the state over here. Plus, loyal service and low-ranking position to the Order Party, plus 10 merit. Total merit, plus 4. What a time to be alive. Alright. His bros. I felt it in my bones. I should have drunk less. Now we poor souls experience God's wrath. This tribunal is a farce. They spread lies that my pure love is merely lust. And what do they even know about my true art? Such a relief that they decided not to push any fashion charges. I hope the process is not painful. Wait, is the Brotherhood the fashion police also to Tambien? Hang on, the weekly Order Party of People's Tribunal, number 42. Nice. 6 culprits are brought to the tribunal. Noon, the tribunal is opened. Noon 15, each culprit's charges are evaluated and merit charges are calculated. 3:10, first culprit's merit extraction starts. 3:20, second culprit's merit extraction starts. 3:35, third culprit's merit extraction starts. Or not actually like a lot to go on there. Oh dear. What are you insinuating, James? I would never breach the 4th virtue. You know darn well I keep no secrets. A bunch of Albion Frank banknotes. Dear Arbiter Cook, I'm writing to inform you that our regiment's colonel was seen with another officer's wife in a potentially intimate situation. I guess also you could, like, if you really read between the lines in the last one, you could, like, everyone had an invitation, and, like, James said to, like, one of them, like, we will sort out this prime minister business. I guess that was supposed to indicate that they were in cahoots on the murder. I don't know. It's still, it's more than 3 shillings. That's gotta be a 4th virtue violation is all I'm saying. I don't know what the 4th virtue is, but I'm sure that's a violation of it. Dear Arbiter Cook, I'm writing to inform you that our regiment's colonel was seen with another officer's wife in a potentially intimate situation. We implore you to send your agents to investigate this potential flouting of the 1st virtue. Lord Alistair Cook, Arbiter of the Order Party, historical fraction and obedience, slapped a sergeant in anger, listened to marching music in his manner. Wow, that's got to be like minus 20 demerits if we're being honest. Loyal service to the Order Party in high-ranking position, plus 20 merit. That's interesting because that math doesn't match the other math. I think there's subtext to that I might need to figure out. And you, sir? That is music to my ears, Alistair, but do control your emotions. We, as arbiters of order, must never violate the 1st virtue. This guy has a bunch of Albion Frank notes. He also has a letter. Dear Dr. Turner, I must regretfully inform you that during your absence from party business, your senior assistant Daniel has demonstrated extreme untidiness and thus has breached one of the virtues. Junior assistant Toby. Assistant to the junior? This guy also arbiter, history of infraction, blah, blah, blah. Drank a full bottle of brandy at a picnic. Kept the book Legacy of the Rose Dynasty in his study. That's really specific. Loyal service to the order in a high-ranking position. 12. 11. Plus 20. Oh, here's a question. Do you lose merit points equivalent to the number of the virtue? Suggesting that these are both 4th virtue violations. Is that possible? Possibly. What's going on here? Oh, fudge. Okay, hold on. Fangor Quinn, definitely a real person. God, the names in this are so fake that I wish this game had voice acting just so I could take, like, every single character name and, like, put them in the name game. Fangor Quinn, Walter Keane. Especially Angus McBain, my favorite character in this game. Meeting log implied that the merit loss was calculated. Agree. So, like, my only observation is so this, we know this guy has plus 20 because he's like the most important kind of guy, and we see 2 infractions, but his total merit is 12. And like this guy's in roughly the same situation but has 11. I'm just wondering if, like, in terms of solving the puzzle and figuring out what the virtues are, if like the calculation that is made is you lose points equal to the number of the infraction. Like that might help us figure something out. Okay, going back to here, Fangor Quinn. Oh dear, Fangor Quinn, what have you been up to? This clue's been added to the thinking panel. Why is this clue of all clues added? Why is it added to the thinking panel? Why this one? Okay, culprit, Fangor Quinn. Charges, claimed he had no wife. Has the painting depicted a naked person in his house. Broke his wife's favorite teapot and egg. Okay, well there's an obvious problem. Was observed spending night with neighbor's wife. That's also something of a problem. Walter Keane. Him and his hats, man. Walter Keane, my brother in hats. Flirted with 3 different married women during the party convention. Okay, that's not great. Wore ridiculous headgear at 5 public events. To the death. Good hat time. Good hat time to you and to all. Claimed he had not betrayed High Arbiter Lazarus during the ritual of ascendance. Wait a minute. Claimed he had not betrayed High Arbiter Lazarus during his ritual of ascendance. Ritual of Ascendance. Is that the one we saw before? Did that happen? Lothar! Lothar's back. Culprit Lothar Richards. Also a great name for the name game. Held a dinner party a few years ago where he offered large amounts of wine to his guests. Got angry during the questioning and shouted at the High Arbiter. It seems punitive to retroactively be mad about something that happened a while ago and affected someone who's now in power. That seems like the definition of pettiness. Says me, a pettiness. Plus, though, revealed the whereabouts of his hiding fugitive dissident daughter Mary and her husband Peter. Does knowing the name of the husband hint at anything relevant? Oh no, evaluated as 15 merit. Okay, so maybe there's not a rigid structure. Maybe that is just done case by case. Okay, hold on. Josh Bailey. Charges. Left his work at Tannery early. Good lord. This party sucks. This is a party I don't want to be invited to. Drank excessive amounts of gin at The Scrawny Cat. Gin ticket, yeah. Drank excessive amounts of rum at The Old Oak. Approached a married woman with an indecent offer. Denied 4 times during questioning that he had done these acts. Well, Horace Webb. Charges. Has not held down a job since the new regime. Evaluated as 60 instances of non-work. Oh, brother. Ah, God. I don't want to be invited to this party. Claims he worked in his castle helping his servants clean it. Oh boy. Possesses 15 books kept in his private library. Wait, is one of the virtues just like books are bad? Is that a thing? Expressed willingness to donate his castle to the party, evaluated as plus 200 merit. I mean, I guess so, sure. Gideon Bell. We know that guy. Wears outrageous hairstyle. I'm not going to argue that with you. I'm not sure it's worth the demerits. Broke down in tears 10 times during questioning. Has refused to start working. Evaluated as 5 instances of job skipping. Rejected the High Arbiter's request that he share information of a secret entrance to the castle of his cousin, the Sovereign. There are still 7 clues I don't possess. Hold on, another room. This clue has been added to the panel. There's a lot going on in just this last room. It's that one guy. Silence! You will perform your function as much as is required. It is paramount to ensure the order in our new society. Hold on. He is... The idol is currently in increase life force, as I understand it. Which potentially means that he just used decreased life force to kill the guy downstairs. 15 books. Oh, my pearls. Oh, my no. What's this? Remember the second virtue. Store confiscated objects and evidence according to the virtue breed. Can I just say... Listen, I'm going to distract myself for a moment, if you will. I think it's extremely funny to put these propaganda posters up that, like, don't help you, like, figure out the actual message of the propaganda poster. Just, like, the entirely symbolic propaganda poster is just, like, really funny in a stupid way. Okay, observe the 4 virtues to avoid losing merit. Yeah, obviously. Love, wings, sun, look, the 4 virtues. As we all know, we got 4 boxes. Oh, hang on. I didn't think I'd actually be able to see in these. Brandy and opium. So I'm guessing that first one is like, stay clean edge, no vices, based on what we've seen so far. Second, invoice. Total cost 29 pence. But that's not correct, because we're saying that it's 31 cost of butter and delivery. So the second virtue is... If we confiscated this, we think that this breaks the virtue, right? So this is evidence of not doing the virtue. So it's like math good, like yeah, maybe this is part of the work related one of like do your work good. Yeah, that seems plausible. The third one, I don't see anything wrong with this. Do you see anything wrong with this picture? I think that's fine. Why would you confiscate that? Okay, hold on. Here's a picture of that one guy from before, Gideon Bell. Painted by Jasmine Nightwings? That's such a good name, my god. So, like, a real person needs to be named Jasmine Nightwings. That's so annoying. A violin. I mean, I think that... my instinct says that the third one is something about, like, taste or like, decorum or something. Because they're saying, like, this is, like, too ostentatious, and, like, this is lewd, and, like, we don't like me. There was a complaint, like, that guy was listening to marching music, right? And that was, like, a big infraction or something. Yeah, maybe just, like, no art at all. Or maybe, like, art has to conform to the taste of the state or something. A book titled Stories, a book titled Autumn Pale. Yeah, I think one of the virtues is just, like, straight up don't read, which, you know, if we are, like, a full authoritarian regime, I mean... I guess. In all truth, Lord High Arbiter, I would prefer storing no more than this. London Gazetteer. Since year 1792, when it gained majority in Parliament and liberated our government from multi-party chaos, the Order Party has worked hard to improve society. Despite the vast popular support for the party, His Majesty refuses to acknowledge the authority of the party's tribunal. High Arbiter Lazarus Hurst has announced that in 2 months the party and its supporters will participate in a peaceful march to the king's current residence to demonstrate their virtue of moderation. That's the first one, I think. Because they're not saying, like, no alcohol, but they got mad that people drank excessively at parties. I am honored to help the party upkeep the 4 virtues. I only hope that sitting here all day does not count as sloth. There are worse jobs than this one, and thank goodness tobacco is not considered an indulgence. A bit boring, though. Too bad that literature is forbidden. Well, that's putting a bit of a fine point on it. A full pouch of tobacco. What are we missing here? I'm missing one. I'm missing one thing at all, ever. Out of 46. Brother... Night, Mom. Have fun tomorrow, and good luck with the weather and the traffic and all that. I hope you have a good final installment of Happy Birthday Week. On the desk. Hold on. On the desk. On the desk. On the desk. Desk. First scene desk. It is yellow, you're right, but the only word here is merit. And I got that one, so I think it's something else. There's gotta be something to this. I'll figure it out later, maybe, hopefully. Just click all the merits. I mean, you've seen one merit, you've seen them all, right? Because, like, what I should be looking for is a word that I don't have. That's how this game interprets, like, clues. Wait a minute, this guy? I didn't look at him at all. An Albion Frank banknote? Mistakes were made? Poor bugger. I've never seen so much merit removed in the tribunal. Yikes. What's this guy's story? Had a secret compartment in his office locker. Denied the existence of the secret compartment. Rough. Doubled down. Loyal service in low-ranking position. Those are minor infractions, apparently. Interesting. Alright, let's do some thinking. Ah, jeez. I knew it would be bad. Boy, oh boy. Wait, what? Everything is filled in correct. Oh, I see. This is just a means of giving me numbers without me having to track down like 10 individual digits. But like because of the way the game engine is coded, it just like says that you finished it correctly. Interesting. Blank years. Okay, hold on. I immediately know. Blank years have passed since the Order party seized power. Did it specify in that note near the end? On this guy's person? 3. 3 years have passed since the Order party seized power. During a tribunal, blank blank is judged to have the largest blank deduction in all tribunal history. To execute his punishment, blank was used on him and he lost blank. Numerical. Wait a minute. Wait. Are like demerits like reduce the life force? Is that a thing? Looks like you were right. The amount deducted is based on the virtue. It does appear that way. But it may not be as simple as I thought, where like first, second, third, fourth. But maybe it is. I don't know like what made me think that other than this was a logic puzzle and that would be a potential way to solve it. This is interesting. Oh, are we saying... That's interesting. That's an interesting thought. Are we saying that every single, like, passport thing, all of those were tallied today? Yeah, I guess so, because this is like a net change. So, like, it's so funny that, like, basically, like, none names are involved in this when that's been, like, such an integral part of, like, everything. So yeah, the people who aren't the people who have the passports that give you like a finite number are supposed to help you figure out what the infractions are worth so you can figure out the other stuff. Yeah, okay. That was kind of my instinct. Okay. So they got this guy got plus 20. But somehow he's lost 8. One of them is for book-related reasons, and one of them is for moderation-related reasons. Those could both be 4. I don't think those are both 4. I'm thinking that, like, the moderation ones are small and the book ones are high, because, like, all books are, like, a problem. Slapped a sergeant in anger. So, like, one of them is... Hang on. Ever violate the first... So, okay, so emotions we consider moderation. That is relatively intuitive, but I wasn't certain of that. So the first... We're just going to say that the first virtue is moderation. Excessive emotions... Do I have that? Emotions... Not fashion. Indulgence. And is one of them like hoarding money? Is that a moderation? Right. You gotta keep that emotion in check. Second virtue, obviously hog napping. Gussied up donkey. Such a relief they decided not to push any fashion charges. Third virtue is... What would we call that? Oh, lust is probably a moderation issue, huh? So then money is something else. I think money is a factor, right? Second virtue is... yeah, diligence. Like you say, Cotillion. I don't know if you just remembered that as one of our earliest clue words, or if you just, like, correctly intuited that. But that sounds right. At work... sloth is bad. Someone said that specifically. Mistakes, I'm pretty sure, are an issue. Untidiness is an issue. I think that might be like a third order issue. Literature is clearly a fourth virtue violation. I'm thinking that, like, secrets is a fourth virtue violation. Like, secrets or lies? Oh, third virtue's gotta be beauty, huh? That's upsetting. Hey, David Mysterian, welcome. Ahoy, I hope you're having a lovely Saturday. Or really early Sunday, depending on your time zone. What would we call that? So, fourth virtue is truth. This makes sense. Moderation, diligence, beauty, truth. This tracks. Vulgar. No, idle is. This is conjugated weird, but I do think to execute his punishment, idle was used on him. Getting sleepy, have to go to bed. Squishmallow holding ice cream. I mean, I have a Squishmallow who's implied to be made of ice cream. Is that acceptable? Is that suitable for your guess? Also, my mom had put in an early Secret Squirtle guess when she signed off for Grogu, which I don't think will be hard to remember, considering that it is like Grogu Day. That'll do. You have a lovely sleep, Neko. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're enjoying this. I know you jumped into this game late. By the way, we are playing Case of the Golden Idol. It's a logic puzzle game. It's very interesting, very weird, stylistically a lot. Okay, we're close here. Hold on. Second virtue, mistakes, sloth. Vulgar art is a problem. Soul's bone. Oh, vulgar music is a violation of beauty. And I guess we're going to say untidiness. Great. Okay. Awesome. Let me move some of these words. This is a good sort of... I don't know how intentional it was last time, but it's like a good shout to just sort of like... The game will let me move the words that are like under the camera. So I'm going to move the yellows into a yellow compartment. And leave the names in the rest of the compartment. It's a lot of names, considering that only one name is important. Okay. Cool. This is helpful. This feels like this might be one of the quicker ones, but I've thought that before without saying it out loud. This one will just prove more embarrassing. Okay, so... In order to calculate, like, how many merits these folks got from the documentation we have, we first have to figure out the punishments derived from the folks who we know how many points were available. So, like, plus 20 for Dr. James, and he has a moderation and a truth violation. Those total 8. This guy has moderation and a beauty violation, and that is 1 more. So that means that a beauty violation is worse than a truth violation by 1 point is, I think, the only logical interpretation of that, which is unexpected to me. Who else? This guy... plus 10. The others add to minus 6. Labeled the protocol. So this guy has 2 work infractions, 2 diligence infractions. And since those totals 6, that means that a diligence infraction is exactly 3. Wonderful. Love to see it. Okay, moving on. This guy, he's at plus 8 out of 10, which means that each of these individual infractions is minus 1. They both appear to be truth infractions. So that means that truth is a minus 1 infraction. That's not the one I have. So let's look at the other guy. So that's a moderation and a truth. So the truth would take him down to 19. So it's a 7-point infraction for moderation? Seriously? That's nuts. The heck? And then that means that the beauty violation is 2, right? Because he has a moderation that takes him up to... Yeah, that should be 2, I believe. Awesome. That's my jam. Those are the ones that won't take me that long. Your week needs ice cream. I mean, I, for one, recommend the blue cookie milkshake from Burger King because I have no shame whatsoever. It was very good. I liked it a lot. Okay. So, now that we've pinned that down, we can set to figuring out... Oh, poor Fangor Quinn. Claimed he had no life. Truth violation. 1 point. Had a painting depicting a naked person in his house. Total of 3. That's a 2 added, total of 3. Broke wife's favorite teapot in anger. That is a moderation violation. We're up to 10. Observed spending night with neighbor's wife. That's lust. That's another 7. That's minus 17. That's a lot. I'll just double check that math. So that's lust, anger, that's 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, that looks good. Walter Keane flirted with 3 different women during the party convention. Okay, this is tricky. Do we think that those are counted as 3 separate lust infractions or 1? It's listed as 1. Or ridiculous headgear at public events. See, this is also important. Is that 5 infractions or 1 infraction? Claimed he had not betrayed High Arbiter Lazarus. Oh, wait a minute, though. Dude downstairs said something really important. They decided not to push any fashion charges. That means that we should ignore those 5 hat charges outright, doesn't it? Claimed he had not betrayed High Arbiter Lazarus during the Ritual of Ascendance. That's like a 1 point. In theory, but they seem big mad about it. Started with 3 different married women. So that'd be like 22 points. I'm gonna call that 22 points for now, but that's kind of open for discussion. If I can keep it real with you. 2 or fewer okay, that's interesting. That it groups them in smaller groups. 2 or fewer are incorrect. Well, I mean, it's for sure negative, is the thing. But, like, there's some wonky... I guess the idea is that we could try counting the individual bullet point as 1 infraction, even though it could be considered multiple. So that would instead be... is 7, right? That would be... 7, 0, because we didn't push any fashion violations, and then 1 lie. So that would be 8, if that were true. Obviously a much different number. Okay, that's concerning. Claimed he had no wife. 1 point. Painting depicting a naked person. 2 points. So that's 3 total. And then 2 moderation violations. 14 plus 3. I don't know what I've done wrong with Keen. I'm going to come back to that. His is a little weird. Lothar Richards. Plus 15. That's cool for him. At a dinner party where you're offered large amounts of wine. That's a moderation. That's 7. That's minus 7. Got angry during the questioning. That's also moderation. That's minus 14. He's at plus 1. Lothar Richards, plus 1. I would not do well in this party. I mean, well, the issue is the emotional struggles. By the way, I think my mom is gone, everybody. So she'll probably watch the VOD later. So if you want to pull a sick prank and wish her like a belated happy birthday and say nice things about my mom in chat, that'll get her so good. She'll have no idea what's coming for her. Lol. Lamau even. Okay, let me look at Josh Bailey. Left work at the tannery early. Man, what a rube. That's 3. Drank excessively. That's another 7. That's 10. Drank excessively. That's 17. Approached a married woman. That's 24. Denied 4 times during question. See, I'm still unclear on this though. Is that 1 infraction? 4 times during questioning that he had done these acts. I mean, that even if the other one doesn't, that might count as 4 separate instances because it's 4 individual charges he lied about. By the way, as Moobot is reminding everyone in chat, there will be a special bonus stream next Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific. I'm going to be streaming as part of the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern. Showing off a game called Slime in the Ice Machine that I've been beta testing. I've been fortunate enough to try that game and talk with the devs about it while they continue to work on it. I still have not received the information I was expecting from CPS that would help me guide you to exactly how is the best way for you to engage with that. I'm going to check in at the start of this week, and once I know, I'll hit you up on the Discord. If you're not already on the Discord, let's go ahead and fix that. And hope I didn't typo that. Fantastic. Okay, getting back into the game window. Josh Bailey, huh? I'm going to try... Because we're basically talking about one lie for 4 different things, I'm going to try counting that individually. So that's minus 4. And then what was this? So this was... is 3. So 3, 10, 17... 24, and then 28? Can we call that minus 28? Okay. So that does suggest that we would count the 3 different flirtations as 3 different infractions. I guess we could try counting the headgear, but like it seems like the whole point of one of the clues is that I shouldn't do that, which is interesting. So I think it was 22. Did I do that math wrong? I did not betray him. So yeah, that's 1 lie and 3 moderation charges. So that's minus 22, and then 5 hat incidents would be 10. So that'd be like minus 32. Okay. See, I would have done that math correctly if the game hadn't given me a clue that suggested I shouldn't do the math in that way, which, you know how I feel about that. Big fan. Okay, Horace Webb. Got plus 200. I'm gonna hazard a guess that this guy... Oh no, wait, hang on. Evaluated as 60 instances of not work. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot of not work, if I can be honest with you. That's like a minus 180, by the way. Minus 181, lied about cleaning it. Possesses 15 books. That's minus 100. 96. Dude is at +4. That's really funny. That's so stupid. Okay, and Gideon Bell. Where's outrageous hairstyle? That's 2? Broke down in tears 10 times during questioning. That's 70. That's a lot. That's 72. Has refused to start working. That's 10, right? No. That's 15. So that's 87. Rejected the High Arbiter's request that he share information of his secret entrance to the I mean, I guess that's 1, right? I don't know why the beauty virtue is so hard for me. It's 2. 72. 87, 88? $88. Okay, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that Gideon Bell is he dead? We're in a tribunal. Gideon Bell is judged to have the largest merit deduction in all tribunal history. To execute his punishment, idol was used on him and he lost. He lost 88 bones. He lost 88 years. Oh no! Oh no! By the way, is it weird, bad, or interesting that the second to last of the game's main puzzles is like maybe the easiest one for me? Yikes forever, man. The Order Party has seized power and now enforces the 4 maxims of virtue. The young Duke Gideon Bell was judged during the tribunal to have lost 88 merits. The High Arbiter of the party, Lazarus Hurst, used the idol to decrease Gideon's youth by 88 years, making him 108, which resulted in his death, it turns out. That was very interesting. I really liked the way that one was structured. Uh-oh. Old man tattoo creeping. Slight delay in the peaceful march to the king's castle is the name of what I understand to be the last puzzle in this one. Is the scope of this like horrifying? Slight delay in the peaceful march to the king's castle. Oh, Crimbus. Can I do this today? I'm going to the boat. Just kidding. The boat is like largely irrelevant. Oh, it's the Mermaid Tavern. Dandelion Room, Ada Baker. I hardly know her. Forget-Me-Not Room, Walter Knott. It's fun. All those order rats sneaking around here. This is no good. I hope they'll just blackmail me and bugger off. Large kitchen knife. Partially peeled lemon. Various keys. New card game. Nonsense. I am not an idiot. But real men like us could beat those Order Party ninnies even without any weapons. Albion Franks. Hand of cards. Small sword. But I heard rumors you lost a cannon while gambling. Hand of cards. Stiletto blade. Albion Franks. Do you think they will try to kidnap the king? Me and my employer are getting out of this blasted country. Yeah, this is what's-her-face. I want to say Anita Smith. Am I completely wrong? She's like a servant to this guy. He died. But she's familiar. Got a dagger, got that handkerchief. I have instructed him to arrive at around 11:30. Most likely, he will be in Order Party uniform. If he comes alone without any backup outside, approach him. If he gives you something that belonged to the one who escaped your tonic, you may proffer him the instruction slip I gave you. Conceal your face, he may recognize you. I can't go... Oh, no, I can't go upstairs. Just kidding. No, can't go upstairs. Just kidding. Reverso. Uno reverso, just kidding. Alright, so that's all the TV there is there. It's that one guy. Everyone likes him. Why are you not working, you worthless piece of garbage? I'm doing the same thing I saw Lazarus do during the merit executions. Wait, what happened? Why does he have the idol, and why was he not instructed on how to use it? Am I crazy? This thing looks busted. Like, these aren't, like, rectangular anymore. They're all, like, wonked up. And, like, unaligned? Did someone get, like, beaten with this thing? Like, the gem is, like, neither of the correct colors? Like, maybe it's cracked and has no energy? I don't know. Like, it's messed up, though, for sure, right? This guy better watch out he doesn't get a horse wound. It could just be an outright fake. The scope of this is so weird. The regime has to fall. It has taken everything from me. The watch is ticking and shows 12:15. Everyone write that down in your copybook. Capitol Route Morning Report. At 8, a newfangled insurrectionist carriage passes by. 8:30, an individual in insurrectionist uniform passes by on the new two-wheel contraption. 10:15, two individuals in insurrectionist uniforms pass on horses. Also, a Navajo blade. I don't know, I think that's a party. Whoa, hang on. Is his, like, Achilles tendon cut or something? Oh, my. Hey, look at this. Hey, look at this Jules Verne nonsense over here. Oh my god, I can, like... No, that's just back to town. I was like, the sky is doing something. As Comrade Lazarus has not yet returned for several hours, Comrades Alistair and James have gone to find him. If they do not return, we will organize more search parties to find the lost. I'm going in. Here's a map. Belchester Castle. Blackfield Manor. Wait, Blackfield Manor, isn't that where, like, the first guy died? Lover's Islet. Cloudsley Cabin. Mermaid Inn. Bellwood Crossroads. Party Camp. Feels a little weird for them to mark their own camp on the map if it's mobile. Whatever, that's fine. Interesting. Okay. Lazarus Hearst. Everyone's favorite. You know him, you love him. Is this, like... Which of the, like, LGBTQ flags is this on the chair cushion? Does anyone know? Does anyone recognize that one? We got some poison. We got some bags. We got a note in a cage. Lazarus! You took 32 things from me. I demand you return them. If you refuse, I will make the story of your true origins known to the other party leaders. At 11:30 on May 15th, meet me at the place the idol was stolen from our brotherhood, and poor Willard Wright met his death. Come alone and bring proof, something personal of yours to give to the veiled woman. Tie a reply to the pigeon and release it from the cage. It will find me. Took 30. What a bizarre note. And then, oh good, a bunch of notes again. DG, David Gorin. Since his success at the Mermaid Inn has proven to be a resourceful and discreet professional. NM, cowardly but dutiful, useful up to a limit. Why am I concerned that my tombstone is going to read that? Alistair Cook, pompous and vain, but being a military man is ready to obey and ready to kill. Walter Keane, ambitious and inventive, but treacherous. Hang on. But treacherous as many smart people are. Gotcha. JT, Timberlake. Greedy and hedonistic, requires constant material motivation to cooperate. Why am I concerned that my tombstone... Never mind. Okay. Going up. Alright, here's Grandpa. I recognize that voice. It is you. Isn't it poetic that you have fallen for the same trap as you did all those years ago? Straw men are your bane. Empty musket. This guy is a dark hand steward. Is that relevant? I don't know. Darn, you cunning devil. One empty pistol, one loaded pistol. That feels relevant. You'll find me in the place where we two first met. There we can talk. Guys, there's a lot going on. A newly invented transportation device. Look at this. Look at this newfangled technology. Surely this violates the virtue of beauty or something. So one shot went through the window to the inside. Ah, so his empty pistol shot a guy at the desk that he thought was a guy he was gonna kill. I understand. Scarecrow with a hole in its head. A bullet launched in the wall. Burb. Game is lagging. Interesting that the game lags and OBS doesn't care about that at all. White pigeon. I admit I may have treated you unjustly after our long cooperation. I will come alone in peace so we can discuss your compensation. Are those just like two separate? Yeah, that's weird. Why are there like two different exits for this screen? Whatever. Unless they're... Pretty sure bikes have been around longer than the 1700s, unless they're implying that thing has a motor. I mean, it doesn't look like a motor. But again, I don't know. Like, there are some real-world locations mentioned, but I think it's kind of just like an alternate history. Dude, it's Mary. Also that one horse. Ooh, the seal of the 7 Seas. I have some small but pressing business to attend to at the property of our late brother Sebastian, the previous Proud Beast steward. Did we know that? Did we know that Sebastian Cloudsbert was a Proud Beast steward? I'll be back at the camp for our 10 o'clock strategy meeting as planned. Brother, there's so many things. It's kind of weird that, like, do we have any idea what the distinction between the three, like, branches of the Brotherhood are? I think you missed something on the seal. In a manner of speaking. Dear husband, you are so brave and you have been drinking since early this morning. Those feel like distinct thoughts. But what will we do now? What if the evil government men find us? A harp? Ooh, what's happening here? Become the pure flower I know you can be. Edmund Cloudsley, 1788. 1788? Isn't that recent? Dear Mary, I know where your unworthy mate is hiding you. Soon I will free you from his dirty paws and ship him to colonies. Unspecified colonies. While you, I will put on a pedestal of sweetest praise and you will become my ideal wife. I feel like that's missing punctuation, but okay. Green one? For you, I would fight a tiger and win. Peter Bailey. Yeah, Peter. So yeah, she married that guy. What a dink. What a dink. My uncle Edmund Cloudsley died in some robbery, and I am rich. Now your father will see me for the man I am. Let's marry. That's some proposal, buddy. Ooh, so wait a minute. That means that Peter is a sea snake, and Edmund was a proud beast. That's probably relevant. This guy's still gambling. What a dink. An almost empty whiskey flask and a small sword. Worry not and continue the feast, wife. Nothing can stand in my way. I will kill our enemies wherever we go. Cool story. Oh, dang. What the heck? Look at this place. A pile of mangled and burned corpses. Yeesh. An empty cannon. That's all you got for me? You sure about that? Okay, all right. I'm missing 2 things, which is a different number of things than I would have expected to be missing. It's smaller, just in case. What is the deal with this? The ship. I feel like I feel like it's not relevant, you know? Just like thunder all night, man. All night long. Kind of feel like I missed something here. You know, dots on the grass patch. Hang on. Oh! Yeah, good shout. Thank you, Cotillion. Man in helmet with numerous cuts on his body, not breathing. Slightly dented saber with some blood on it. That's interesting. Slightly dented. Port. Capital. Belchester Castle, Blackfields, Crow Towers, Woodshires. That does appear to be everything. Alright, taking a look at a book. Ah, crap. Wow. Fascinating. What? Oh. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, it's okay. You can go to any previous mission to like look at any previous information. That makes sense because clearly this case is sort of like the culmination of every event in the game all at once. Just gave you clues and a dead body. Yep. Oh, specifically gave clues dead and body. Lol, Lamau. It is cool. Like, the scope of this is really exciting and also a little intimidating. Not gonna lie. Oh, man. It's hard to know where to start here because it's all just sort of referring to times of day that I haven't really tracked all that cleanly yet. So, okay. This lady gave us, like, a bunch of morning activities, right? Newfangled insurrectionist carriage passes by. Individual in insurrectionist uniform passes by on the new 2-wheel contraption. 2 individuals in insurrectionist uniforms pass on horses. So, carriage passes by. I guess that is going to the manor? And then individual in the insurrectionist uniform passes by on the 2-wheel contraption. That definitely goes here. The 2-wheel contraption. Are we saying that the insurrectionist uniform is the New Order or whatever? I guess I'm going with that for now. That wouldn't have been my first guess, but that makes sense. I mean, I guess it's the only uniform I've seen. 2 individuals in insurrectionist uniforms pass on horses. So 1 horse is here. The other horse is here. This guy did not make it far on horse, because it seems like it's afternoon. I think the camp has that carriage also. I agree, but my interpretation, and it may be incorrect, is I think she's tracking things that pass her here, and my interpretation is that the camp is like 1,000, like a bunch of them. It's implied there are many here. But, like, I think that she didn't note that because she's caring about what's, like, headed this way. Don't know if that's true. That's the conclusion I'm drawing. Oh, since the camp has them, they're insurrectionists. That's fair. But I mean, like, the thing is, like, someone could have an insurrectionist vehicle and wear a different uniform. Like, the thing is, like, when I first looked at this, I wasn't sure if there was, like, dissent and, like, a new faction had formed with a new uniform or something. But, like, at this point, it's kind of the one uniform, I think. The tent is a large candy corn. You're absolutely correct, it is. It's a pyramid of candy corn. Has such a structure ever existed? Early in the morning, blank blank went to the blank. To blank 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 because blank wanted the blank. Before noon, blank blank and blank blank went out to try and blank blank blank. Instead, they found the blank blank at the blank. On the way back, they started to blank over it. Now, I know I gave an intonation that made it sound like I was figuring something out. That's not really true. For some reason, that last one made me think of, like, these two. But that's probably not it. I mean, like, what? Like, this is weird. In the afternoon, blank blank went to the blank to blank 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 because blank blank had tried to blank 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 to get back his blank blank. Huh. His blank, his... Is that last one ideal wife? Well, hold on. Wait. Actual thought. This one. That doesn't look like Edmund to me. Also, he's Dark Hand, not Proud Beast. Find me in the place where we first met. This is... Hold on, the game is lagging. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, that seems right. So the place where they first met. So that would make them probably Walter Keane and David, what's his face? It's weird that the leftover words, like, reappear when you do this. And they started to blank over it. To blank the blank blank. To get back his blank. Afternoon blank blank. What do we call this place? I should know this. So that's this one, yeah? So that's like due south from the manor? That's the Cloudsley cabin. That tracks. Cloudsley cabin. Every time I read the words early in the morning, I start singing the Sublime song. I'd probably know it to hear it, but I don't know that I know it off the top of my head. Lazarus, you took 32 things from me. 11:30 on May 15th. Meet me at the place the idol was stolen from our brotherhood, and Willard Wright met his death. Boy, I sure wish I remember who Willard Wright was. Stolen from our brother. So Willard Wright, so hang on, Willard Wright? is the guy who got the idol from the inheritance from Cloudsley. What's his name? Shut up. Sebastian Cloudsley. Willard Wright. Poor Willard Wright met his death. So that's the Mermaid Inn. So 11:30. Meet me at the place the idol was stolen from our brotherhood. Come along and bring Prude something personal of yours to give the veiled woman. But the pigeon goes somewhere else. It goes to the Cloudsley cabin. Instructing him to arrive at 11:30. Most likely he will be in order party uniform. He comes alone without any backup. Approach him. If he gives you something that belonged to the one who escaped your tonic. Okay. The one who escaped her tonic is Edmund Cloudsley. So that means that the dude did show up and followed protocol alone. So he gave her the handkerchief, and then she gave him the instruction slip. So the pigeon came back here. So this guy is Lazarus, yeah? You click the propaganda post. Sorry, I've been like clicking through 1,000 screens. Can you describe to me where I need to go, and I'll do it. Is there some meaningful way I can mark that guy as Lazarus? Blank blank because blank blank had tried to blank blank. God, there's like nothing. There's like no place to start. The sentences have like no words in them. Propaganda poster in the Mermaid. I don't think so, but let's go check. I don't think that's clickable. I think I tried. Regrettably, no. It seems like something cool could be there, but I am incapable of making it happen. Same trap as you did all those years ago. But wait a minute. That doesn't seem right. Because this comment suggests that this guy is... Who's that? That's like David... Is that David Gorin? Is that right? Yeah, that's David Gorin. So... Okay, one of two things happened here. Either Lazarus sent this guy wearing a mask because he assumed foul play, or this guy isn't Lazarus, so that doesn't make sense. Darkhand Steward. Who's a Darkhand Steward? Hold on, there's an actual answer to this question. Walter Keane is a Darkhand Steward. What does that do for me? The problem with this game is like when people age and they want you to like recognize them, it's a little tough. N'est-ce pas? I admit I've treated you unjustly after our long cooperation. Come alone in peace so we can do... So, this is Lazarus's response that he tied to the pigeon at the camp, which went back to whoever he beefing with. This is the instruction slip that the lady at the Mermaid Inn gave him. Meet me in the place where we two first met. There we can talk. So, right, we're talking about Walter Keane and Lazarus, and but no, like Lazarus turned out to be like a real person. So it's Walter Keane and David Gorin. So Walter Keane is old and he shot David Gorin? That's not what I want. Took 32. Oh, he's old because the things he took are 32 years, I think, is true. I think that's true. But this is addressed to Lazarus. No, there's something weird here. There's something that's not quite right. Can I even, like, figure out? So, I think it is the case. So, like, because this business that I've been looking at started at 11:30, I think it's safe to say that in the afternoon, it's Walter Keane shot David Gorin? Putting that in for now. At the cabin. Oh, that whole thing is one scroll, huh? Sucks to be me. Before noon, blank killed blank at the blank. Early in the, who died early in the morning? What happened to this guy? So his sword got dented, so it probably hit something metal. And, like, someone else who has a sword got him. And he has a Neapolitan ice cream for a hat. So, like, who... Is your helmet gonked up? Oh, no, wait. It got dented because it hit the... idol? It, like, broke the idol? Those two were beefing? And, like, two people who went in uniform happened at 10:15? And that tracks because horse reasons? Yeah, okay. 10:15, though. So, like, that seems like that's the middle one. That seems like Alistair Cook killed somebody, probably straight at the crossroads. Is that a, yeah, crossroads is a one. I doubt he moved him. So, like, whoever he killed tried to hit Cook, but hit the statue? I think? Early in the morning, blank killed blank at the blank. So who else is relevantly dead? Maybe we don't see the body and it's implied? do wish somewhat that names kept the whole name not split if there's only one person with that specific first last name. Like, you know what I want, and I haven't thought this through fully to figure out if this would be plausible in this engine or in this concept of game. But like, the first time a name is introduced, I think it's fine for it to be split into first and last so that you have to figure that out. Like, once a character is like established as part of the story, I wish that there was like a slightly different color of full name, and then like maybe you could have like a field that, like, you know, there's like some like hybrid ones where like it would be like a long one that could either fit like two brown like first or last names, or like a differently colored like full name, you know? Like, I think if that was possible, that would like smooth the experience a little bit. It's not like atrocious, but it would be like a great like quality of life upgrade, I think. Killer enemies. You're so brave, and you've been drinking since early this morning. What will we do now? I'm a little confused as to what's going on with these two. Dear Mary, I know where your unworthy mate is hiding you. Soon I will free you from his dirty paws and ship him to the colonies. I'll put you on a pedestal. 1795. Is there anything that like has the current date on it? Like, that's old. That's not it. Current date. I don't think you had the current date on your thing. Nope, just kidding. May 15th, 1795. Not you. March 15th, 1795. How is Edmund alive? Did someone use the idol to bring Edmund back to life? Is that possible? Go back to the camp and see who the sergeant or whatever said he sent out to find Lazarus. Comrades. Ah, good shout. Comrades Alistair and James. I sort of assumed the other guy was James, but I didn't want to put that in. So I think that dead guy in the helmet on the crossroads is James Turner, is my suspicion. I also kind of think, is it somehow possible that Edmund was killed in the morning? It kind of tracks, but like, where did that happen? Here? Why were there like other people with him? What did her note say? I don't know. Kind of weird to me that there's this like whole upper portion of map that's like not relevant to this. Like, this map looks cool, but I feel like for like better player experience, I might enlarge and focus on like the part of the map that's relevant to the thing. Peter Batley killed... I think Peter Batley killed someone. But it can't be what's-his-face, because he's not an option. Press spectrum ship the rest if needed. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously you would have to have done the art differently than what is presented here, but, like, I don't know. It seems like a reasonable task for reasonable ask, if you know what I mean. Hang on, hold on. I'm on to something. Real men like us could beat the Order ninnies without any weapons. I heard rumors you lost a cannon while gambling. So who was this guy gambling with? So yeah, the cannon from this idiot's ship. I don't know why there's like a whole art asset for this. But like this guy lost his cannon in a bet. Who was he playing cards with? Am I supposed to ascertain that from like the crib sheet of people's problems? Is there someone... Success at the mermaid inn is proven useful, discrete asset. So I kind of get what we're piecing together. It doesn't help with what I'm working on. Let me take a look at this guy. I mean, he's a gambler, but does that mean that he won the cannon in a bet? I've looked at getting this game many times, and the ritual scene artwork is what put me off every time. You mean the, like, mask with the gross pickle face on it? Because, like, they feature that stuff so prominently, and, like, same, brother. Like, it's so unappealing, and, like, I've heard good things about, like, this game, but, like, it took me until, like, you know, very recently when, like, one of the game devs from Simon the Ice Machine was like, this game is, like, a big influence, and like, I think it's, like, a really, like, pivotal puzzle game. And I was like, alright, like, I trust you at this point. I will give it a shot. But, like, it just looks so off-putting. And, I mean, you know, I've made this mistake before. 2 other times. Disco Elysium and, Return of the Obra Dinn are 2 games that I, like, thought about streaming and, like, decided not to initially in the case of Disco Elysium because I was like, I don't think people want to watch this art style on stream. So I kind of think that this guy won... No, wait, why does he have a 7 C's stamp? What does that mean? I have some small but pressing business to attend to at the property of our late brother Sebastian. Previous Proud Beast Steward. Previous Proud Beast Steward. So this guy... So wait, Lazarus wrote this. I'll be back at camp for a 10 o'clock strategy meeting. What is going on here? Wait, hold on. Did you stream? No, to be fully clear, I have not streamed Obra Dinn. I know what that game is like because I ended up watching someone play it because I didn't think it was something I would stream. It's really good. It has like some similarities to like what this game is doing. But like, is Lazarus in the family tree? Then, like, why did Lazarus write a note that says... Some small but pressing business we tend to at the property of our late brother Sebastian. Oh, not literal brother. Spiritual brother, duh. Like, cult brother. Like, because there's, like, actual family and, like, the actual family is like in the scene with the note. It was like throwing me off. It's still a weird thing to write. Back at the camp for a 10 o'clock strategy meeting. So like obviously that didn't happen, right? How long's he been gone? For several hours. So is one of these guys just Lazarus? I don't... I'm missing something. Like, one of these guys could be Lazarus. I would expect, like... I mean, you know what? Let's just try it. Let's say that Lazarus Hearst was killed by... My best guess would be, like, Peter Batley at the... I think this is the manor, isn't it? Oh, boy. Yeah, the manor. Wow. Really? It's funny that, if you're watching this on YouTube, there's like no way to tell, but like Katoon is like working through details, you know, pretty actively in chat. And I feel like every time like I come up with something, I see like practically the same thought pop up in chat like at the same time. We finish each other's sandwiches. That's crazy though. Like, confirmed idiot Peter Batley killed like the most powerful dude in the story by like winning a cannon in like a poker game, and I don't like, why did he do that? That's crazy. Like, at least I seem to understand like broadly what's going on, but that's like bananas. Like, what a weird thing. And like, why is there a letter dated like 2 months ago or whatever from Edmund, who's been dead for like a long time? Who is Peter Batley? So Peter Batley, just to put this into perspective, Peter Batley is one of the, Sebastian Cloudsley is the dude who like originally stole the golden idol from his like compatriot at the like excavation site on some random island. And then he died due to a horse wound. And then he like had the will reading at Burning Man, like the third puzzle in the game. Peter Batley is the like ne'er-do-well nephew who in the inheritance got the Book of Aphorisms. And then like most of the rest of his presence in the story has been that like he like squabbled with Edmund over romantic interest in Mary, who, when Edmund died, he inherited Edmund's money and then he used it to court and marry Mary, which is why they be here doing this. But like, there's this like ominous letter addressed from Edmund, and I guess, I don't understand, did he set up a trap at like his uncle's old house or something? I'm a little unclear on some of these details. Okay, so early in the morning, I'm gonna say that Lazarus Hearst went to the inn to find... Wait. Find... I mean, I kind of figured it would be the name of that woman who currently possesses the handkerchief, but she's not an option. So, I mean, I guess to find the guy who wrote him the letter, which we're saying is... Walter... Yeah, I guess we're saying that's Walter Keane? I guess we'll say that's Walter Keane? Because Walter Keane wanted to blank the... He wanted to... He wanted to have the lost years? I think? In the morning, Lazarus Hearst went to the inn. Do you have a better verb for this? have kidnap, blackmail, fight? I don't know. I don't know which of those actually helps. Ideal wife is very funny for some reason. The thing, like, I'm gonna leave that for now. Obviously it's not correct, but like, let's just, so before noon, Alistair Cook and James Turner went out to try and blank. Instead, they found the golden idol at the manor. Maybe? Because Lazarus was dead there? Way back, they started to fight over it. Those two were trying to find Lazarus Hearst. Instead, they found the gold. I'm gonna say at the manor? Okay, that tracks. That's straightforward. That makes sense. In the afternoon, no, I think I understand. This just doesn't apply. This goes here. No, it doesn't, because Lazarus was dead by morning. In the afternoon, blank went to the blank to blank because blank had tried to blank to get back his get back his lost years. So he wanted to afternoon. He sent David Gorin. Yeah, it seems that's the case. So he proved his identity to the Veil Lady just by having the right object. Lazarus never went there. Lazarus, I don't know what Lazarus was up to. Is it possible that Lazarus is Edmund Cloudsley? Is that somehow possible? That he, like, used the idol to, like, change who he was? To, like, move his body or change his face or something? Because, like, that would explain why he had an altercation with Peter Batley. And like, it kind of smooths over some of the edges of, like, why he's, like, shows up randomly in the story and is important after, like, right exactly at the time that Edmund Cloudsley dies. Afternoon, David Gorn went to the inn to blank because blank had tried to blackmail Lazarus Hearst to get back his lost years because Walter Keane had tried to blackmail Lazarus. He came with like 2 guns and like a helmet on. So he came to kill, well, he went to not the inn. He went to the the cabin. Right, okay. Let's move this business. Okay, so in the morning, Lazarus Hearst went to the manor to kidnap Mary Badley because Lazarus Hearst wanted to have the ideal wife. That sucker is Edmund Cloudsley. Before storming the king's castle with the Order Party, Lazarus Hearst led his men to Sebastian Cloudsley's old manor in order to kidnap his long-lost love, Mary Batley, née Richards, who was hiding there with her husband, Peter Batley. I mean, is there another explanation? Is there, like... Because, like, Lazarus didn't exist in the story before then. Upon entering the man... Also, like, there's a recently dated letter that has Edmund's name on it. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. And it kind of makes sense of the stupid name Lazarus. And the person who was, like, interested in the, like, decreased vitality was Edmund. And, like, no one else in the story used it. Well, I mean, Lazarus used it to punish people when they took control of the order or the country or whatever. Upon entering the manor, Lazarus and his troops were confronted by a drunk Peter and the cannon he had won while gambling. Peter blew up Lazarus, breaking the idol, and fled the scene. Okay, so the idol got busted in the initial incident. And they're not gonna address any of the other stuff. This is the only thing they think is important. Look at his face. Look at his dumb face. Look at that. Down with virtues. Hey, weren't you with the Order Party? Oh, no. Oh, my, no. I was never part of that ghastly organization. I can take this gilded brass trinket for scrap metal. You can have 3 sous for it and call yourself lucky. So, like, this is Alistair Cook, who ended up with the idol after he killed David, and it's worthless because it got blown up by a cannon. This innocuous so-and-so is just lying.
Oh my no!
Thank you, oh my no. This guy's saying, oh my no, I wasn't part of the organization, even though he was like their top bureaucrat or whatever. But I guess we're no longer upset about the virtue of truth or what have you. Wow. How many people worked on this, by the way? Like, I can imagine it being a small team. Not that it's not a competently made game, just that, like, the scope of the scene seems manageable for a small team. I mean, the music slaps. Like, the music in this game is really good, incidentally. I can't pronounce, like, a lot of this, to be honest with you. Like, Patrick Johnson? What's with that? What's that name? Special thanks to our amazing Discord detective community and everyone who helped testing the game and sharing feedback. Nice. Thank you for playing Case of the Golden Idol. Developed by Color Gray, hashtag 646464. That's very good. What a great name. Oh, epilogue. Is that what I was just looking at, or is that something else? I think it's something else. The grand vision of a better world. Dude, I was so right. Okay, hold on. I'll read this in order. Witness the power of the idol in my hands and swear loyalty to Lazarus Hearst. We will build the ideal society. Dude, I'm so ridiculously proud of myself. Because, like, that seems like such a weird detail that I could, like, totally get hung up on for, like, an hour and a half or something. Like, literally, like, a guy who's been dead for years. Like, you have to, like, understand his like alternate identity and like how it fits into the story in order to solve that. What is the power of the idol in my hand? Swear loyalty to Lazarus Hurst and we will build the ideal society. And he's got the like increased spirit or whatever. The Brotherhood of Masks. Only one thing is worse than imbeciles. Imbeciles with power. The rich and noble have a social club with mystical rituals and other hogwash, and are so stupid they did not realize when they had some truly miraculous technology in their hands. However, they are influential and persistent and have already caused a great deal of harm to me and my goals. Walter Keane has told me more about their organization and practices. If he tells me the truth and if they are truly devoted to their religious entity of Griffin Reborn, I could gain some powerful allies for my next move. Order Party Manifesto. All citizens are equal. All citizens must serve society to the full extent of their abilities. Citizens must be evaluated according to how virtuous they are. A society with internal contradictions is unsustainable. Therefore, it must be led by the most virtuous citizen. The king should step down. The aristocracy must be abolished. The more virtuous citizens are better able to serve society. Therefore, virtuous citizens deserve to gain more time on this earth, and bad citizens deserve to lose time. I mean, was this written when he already understood what the idol could do? Otherwise, it feels like a very lofty goal. This is unbelievable. My pure Mary is joined in matrimony with that clown Peter Batley. She must have done it out of grief for my death. Such a hasty decision goes against every principle of virtue. Therefore, I consider the marriage null and void. She will come to me once she learns I still live. But for now, my duties in the service of humanity take precedence. Society must be built on the principles of virtue. Only thus can it become truly great. Look at the Lemurians. Thousands of years ago, they had an empire on the banks of 7 seas. Their ancient technology continues to baffle modern science. But they became inert and decadent and forgot how to build and operate their machines. The empire crumbled because it was built on pleasure-seeking, not virtue. It is by divine providence that I got my hands on a working ancient Lemurian artifact, the Golden Idol. I will use its powers to set humanity on the right path by building the ideal state. I swear it, with these powers I will do whatever is necessary to build a better world. Brotherhood of Masks. The Ludenberg chapter. So there's only one person at each of these ranks? That is not something that was, like, clear to me. Although in the very last puzzle, something hinted this to me. Rip Angus McBain. It's genuinely still one of my favorite characters in this game, and he never once speaks a line of dialogue because you find him dead. Like, the first time you're introduced to him, he's already dead, and he's one of my favorite characters. James Turner, Walter Keane, Chester Davy, my right deceased, Sebastian Cloud deceased. I mean, it really sucks to be a proud beast, huh? Yes, my lord, I swear my loyalty to you and undertake whatever tasks are required. David, I thank you for dealing with all the challenges relating to my death and for keeping an eye on our new ally. I do feel I have impressed him not only with the Golden Idol, but also with my vision of the ideal society. Come to our hideout on November 24th. We're ready for the next step. What's going on here? Donate to a veteran who lost his leg in the noble defense of his homeland. Half-empty gin bottle. He is not breathing. What? Why is that relevant to whatever's going on? Oh, wow. Okay. There's a lot more here than I would have guessed. Blank blank left the blank to the blank in his will. But then blank blank on blank blank's orders stole the blank. Okay, hold on. Sebastian Cloudsley left the idol to the blank in his will. Who had it? Willard Wright. Do I have Brotherhood? Yeah, Brotherhood is a blue option. What's the difference between the Brotherhood and the Order? I'm gonna be honest, I haven't clocked this in this whole game. So he would have left it to the Order. The Brotherhood is the new thing. Okay, understood. But then, hold on. Who was the guy who did this? That was... So on Edmund Cloudsley's orders, this was David Gorin? I think, hold on. Show me the card game. That guy. Mustache guy. No, not that guy? Ash Blair? Stole the idol. He's accidentally stabbed Willard Wright. The order tasked blank blank to punish blank blank and recover the blank. Oh, the order tasked what is her name? I don't see her name here. Wait, didn't the order task what's her face? This lady? Didn't they task her to kill Edmund Cloudsley for taking the idol? Isn't that how that happened? During one attempt, Blank was captured and convinced him to join his side. So that's David Gorin. And he was convinced by Walter Keane to join his side. Blank used the idol. Edmund Cloudsley used the idol to make himself young and infiltrated the... I mean, that one's the Brotherhood, yeah? Under the new identity of very legitimate human being, Nigerian prince Lazarus Hearst. He claimed to be Griffin reborn and transformed the Brotherhood into the Order Party. Really? Edmund Cloudsley used the idol to make himself young and infiltrated the Brotherhood. To the identity of Lazarus Hearst. Claimed to be the Griffin Reborn. That sounds right to me. Okay, hold on. Brotherhood Masters. James Turner. And Alistair Cook helped Lazarus Hearst seize power in the country and enforce the rule of virtues by taking away youth from common people and giving it to the Order Party members. Right before the final showdown with an uncooperative king, Lazarus Hearst wanted to kidnap Mary Batley, but was shot by Peter Batley, and the idol was broken. That's 100% correct. No part of that feels even a little bit vague. Sebastian Cloudsley left the idol to the... We're just going to say Brotherhood is the correct blue for everything before the name change. We'll just pretend that was obvious to me the whole time, and we won't look back on it. Left it to the Brotherhood in his will, but then... Let me look at this again. This was a part of the story that initially was like kind of confusing to me. Agent of our trading company. Does that mean he was on the orders of the Doctor? Is that possible? What a good game. Brotherhood tasked Black to punish him. His attempts were fruitless. Who failed to get him? Walter Keane. They sent at the incident with the explosion in the vase. Walter Keane like showed up like John Wayne. Someone doing something on Evan's date, right? Oh, I get it. So Ash was like a assumed name, right? I just like chose like the worst place to try and consult that. That guy's that. Yeah. Okay, understood. During one attempt, David Gorin was captured. Yeah, during one attempt by Walter Keane to like punish Edmund Cloudsley, David Gorin was captured, and like David Gorin helped. Right? Like he's the tankard man, right? So like, yeah, that seems correct. And convinced him to join his side. Edmund Cloudsley used the idol to make himself young and infiltrated the Brotherhood under the new identity of Lazarus Hearst. Then he claimed to be the Griffin Reborn, transformed the Brotherhood. How am I possibly 3 or more off? Every part of that sentence sounds correct to me. Or, okay, hold on. Okay, that didn't help. What did they... Did they call him Griffin Reborn or Reborn Griffin? Does that matter? Griffin Reborn. That's worse news for me, because I had that right. Transform the Brotherhood into the Order Party. I mean, like that, like those last like 5, like have to be correct. But like none of the rest of that is wrong, is it? No, wait, no, hold on. False assumption. David Gorin, Walter Keane. I'm thinking of this. I get it. I understand what I've done wrong here. I'm thinking of this in the way that the story was told, not the way that the story is. Like, David Gorin sort of in the story gets like swept up into the Brotherhood, seemingly by Walter Keane, like by his account sent back to the Brotherhood of what happened. But in reality, David Gorin convinced Walter Keane to join the scheme to do all this. So that's what I've done wrong. That mostly seems correct. What is wrong then? Cloudsley. Huh. Infiltrated the Brotherhood under the new identity of Lazarus Hearst. Okay, that's interesting. That suggests that exactly 2 are wrong, doesn't it? Isn't that what that means? No, wait a minute. Okay, I get it. I understand. There we go. So Walter Keane was kidnapped after the incident with the exploding vase by Cloudsley, and Cloudsley convinced him of his virtue thing as indicated by the epilogue scene available to us. It like that, the framing of that sort of follows the linear narrative, so that like threw me off a little bit, because like the first one like mostly kind of was just a summation of like the early parts of the game, and like the last part is kind of like that, but the middle bit understandably is like trying to like fill in the gaps, and so it doesn't follow the same pattern. Well, that's cool. And what's great is not only is there a sequel, but there's 2 legally distinct DLCs to play. I don't know how long either of those are, but I will tell you this for free. We're not starting either of those tonight, because like the stream has gone the exact perfect amount of time, more or less. We managed to complete the game and the epilogue and have a big brain blast where we figured out the game's twist well before it had to handhold us on it. Very exciting. I'm very pleased with that. Yes. So, current operating theory for next week. Both streams should be normal time. But if you joined late or are new here or something, normally I stream at 9 p.m. Eastern on Fridays and Saturdays. But next Saturday, I'm doing something special. I'm streaming as part of the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase, which means that from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern, I will be showing off a game that isn't released yet called Slime in the Ice Machine. I've been fortunate enough to be like a beta tester for it and to communicate with the devs and give feedback, and it's really, really cool. And I highly recommend the game, and I'm really excited to be able to show it to you guys in particular. Like, I've been intimating how cool this game is, and like I want to show you what I can, and like that's going to be cool. And I'm looking forward to being part of the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase, which talks about basically just like wanting to tell people how cool puzzle games are. It's like that thing from the IT crowd where they have like the underground game show, and they're like, the first rule is to tell everyone because it's a lot of fun and we want more people to do it. Yeah, at the moment I think you might be able to just join here. I'm hoping that like they said they would provide more information like a week in advance, which is like today for me, would have been like a couple days ago for people starting at the beginning of the showcase. I think I'm going to reach out on Monday and see if I can get any kind of response from them about anything I need to know about syncing up chats. Because like the idea is like they seem to be like hosting it, but like I imagine that their folks want to be able to interact with the streamers. So I don't know, man. But yeah, that'll be next Saturday from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern. Any additional information I get about how you should engage with that, I will let you know. Hey Zagler, welcome to the stream. You did just miss us wrapping up the final case of the Golden Idol base game. We've got a lot more to go though. There's like 2 DLCs and then another game, and I think that game also has a DLC. I bought like the whole, after doing like one stream of this, I'm like, I'll spend like 45 additional US dollars to just have more of this. I do definitely feel you on the any disruption to your schedule completely destroys your knowledge of what's happening. That's been like my entire May. It's gonna stop being May soon, and it's very distressing to me. But yeah, you are here in time for a classic game of Secret Squirtle. Somewhere in this room among the plush friends I've put on display are some number of Squirtles. If you're able to locate one, it'll be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. You may need that. I feel like I need that. Why don't you take a look around and see if you can figure out where I've hidden some of these Squirtles. Working on some models and forgot your phone existed.
Did
Hey
someone
man,
say
living your best life.
birthday?
I appreciate it.
Ole!
I will guess the round pirate. A good guess. So I guess for Grogu, there was a Grogu guess earlier. There was also an ice cream guess, which I'm assuming when you say round pirate, you mean this. I got this little guy. He's a little piratey, and we got Snoopy. He's a little less round. Eve also with a pirate hat on. Good guess. One on the table. Okay, good. All right. If I catch any other guesses, I'll catch it. I'm so fast. Okay. Let's start here because I am here. Behind Hans the Porky Pirate. Look, it's the tiny embodiment of the Mandalorian himself. He's on my shirt. He's in my hand. He's everywhere. Not a Squirtle on this occasion. Oh, let's see. Neko's guess for our dessert sailor. Got a Squirtle there. Let's see. Eve. Unfortunately, not a Squirtle behind Eve, our lovely robot companion. Instead, a waffle. That Squirtle knocked everybody down. And Grogu, aka Baby Yoda, also friend to Squirtles. I think there were some savvy guesses that the intention was for themes to overlap with the Mandalorian theme for the weekend. By the way, Zacula, I did give at the start of the stream a full review. I went and had most of Burger King's Mandalorian menu offerings. I highly recommend the blue cookie milkshake. It's an easy A+. It's just an artistically rendered liquid cookie. It's great. You should love it. I don't know if you will, but you should love it. Want some fine wet aged hot dogs? That was the film. I liked it. I mean, like, you know, I think I have different expectations from other people as to like what the movie was trying to be. Like I've heard people complain that like the writing wasn't like like it's an action movie. Legitimately, I feel like we forgot how to make like a decent action movie. There's so few of them, and it's just it honestly like felt like a 90s action movie, like parentheses complimentary. Like it's not like some huge like life-changing movie, but like if you want to see like a movie about a bounty hunter and his magical space son pew-pewing some bad guys, it rules. Like I had a great time. I really liked it. It was like everything I wanted it to be. And I'm pretty sure my mom felt the same way, which is good because it was like sort of a late birthday thing for her. I heard a lot of people strongly disliked it, but I'm so distanced from Star Wars that I haven't really paid a lot of attention. I mean, the sense I get is that people don't like it. I know that like Red Letter Media like immediately like put out like a over hour-long video about it, and the sense I get without having watched it is that they like really didn't like it. But like I don't know. I don't know what people are expecting. It's exactly what I feel like you should expect from the movie. Have 5 reviews queued up for the movie. I mean, that should be at some point. I do think I'll watch the Red Letter Media thing, but even though like I agree with like a lot of their opinions on a lot of things, I really strongly have the sense that I'm not going to agree with their take on this. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, by the way, the theme, you'll hate this. I think you'll hate this. The theme was shirt. Grogu has sort of a tunic, but anyone that had like basically a shirt, including Santa Pikachu, Winnie the Pooh, and Pirate Snoopy, those all had Squirtles. Also, I included the Cobalt Core Space Possum, even though like spacesuit's probably also not a shirt. I have surprisingly few plush that are wearing a shirt, so anything that's like remotely shirt-y does the trick on this occasion. heard the mall show is good. Is that one animated? Is there a whole Darth Maul show? I don't remember that. I want to see Grogu 200 years from now as an edgy teen bounty hunter. Like, I was thinking about that during the movie. It's like, at some point they might do that. I don't know if that'd be any good. I have an observation about something I was concerned the movie might do, but I feel like mentioning that might be a spoiler, because the thing I want to say is, like, they didn't do it. So, that was fine. Cool. All right. I think that's gonna conclude the stream for tonight. But again, remember, we should have both normal streams next week in addition to a bonus stream at 4 p.m. Eastern. I think you'll be able to watch it here. If that's not the case, I should hopefully know that by Friday and can talk about it on stream then. And I will also mention it on the Discord. Again, if you're not on the Discord, be on the Discord. Why not? All right, cool. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being you. And I hope to see you again soon. In the meantime, take care of yourselves. And remember that you are clawsome.